Welcome everyone. I just realized that I can talk over the bumper. How cool is that? I could have this music going on the whole time, but I'm not going to do that. Welcome everyone to Nerd of the Rings one last time this season for a watch party. So here we go. Episode 8, the finale of season 2 of The Rings of Power. I've got a poll going. Season 2 so far is ... better than season 1, same quality as season 1, worse than season 1. So far, better than season 1 is kind of running away with it. So we'll let people get in here, get our crowd going. Be sure to hit that like button, folks. And yeah, we'll see how that poll. I've got a few polls, maybe a surprise for you a bit later. If you haven't watched it, at some point, you should watch my new interview with Mr. Viggo Mortensen. That was a lot of fun. And we have a giveaway going right now. The folks over at Sony Music, who are putting out the soundtrack to Viggo's new film, and Viggo, obviously, hooked us up with 20 copies, signed copies by Viggo himself, for a giveaway. So follow the link. Katie's got it in the chat there, so you can enter the giveaway. US and Canada. You might you'll have a shot. You might get a Viggo Mortensen signed CD. So there you go. Do we need to rewatch anything from season 1 before the finale? I don't think so. Like, I'm assuming you've watched, season 2. Yeah, I think I recognize your username and everything. So I think you've been here. So yeah, as long as you're like up to speed with season 2, I think you're fine. I had like most of my family, my wife and kiddos, did not make it past episode 4 of season 1. They just totally lost interest. And I'm not the type of parent or husband that's gonna make somebody watch a show against their will. And I was like, I respect that. And there's no pressure for me to finish it. But they were actually able to jump in to season 2 without me having to explain a whole lot, actually, which is kind of crazy. Like, I had to catch them up to speed a little bit in the first episode, but overall, not much. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a reason that it took me so long to write my review video for season 1. I had to, like, it was a chore to like, for me to like, I was just so disinterested. Didn't feel a strong pull to like go back and watch. But there are definitely certain episodes and scenes of season 2 that I'm like, yeah, I'd totally go back and watch that. One of my, I don't want to build it up too much because I don't want you guys to be bummed out if it doesn't resonate as much with you. But possibly my favorite scene of the entire show is in this episode. FYI. I'll just leave that out there. Michael Reel, thanks so much for the super chat. I think my lights should turn orange. Come on, lights. Do your job. Gosh. Hope we don't find out the stranger is Gandalf. Love the Viggo interview, by the way. Yeah, if you guys haven't checked it out, you should check out my interview with Viggo Mortensen. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. I won't comment. Well, I'm sure we'll get into who the stranger is after the show, for sure. Don't you worry about that, because that's going to be a topic. It's going to be a topic, folks. Kajetan. I hope I'm saying that right. I was missing last week, but can you reflect again on my idea, Celebrian instead of Galadriel? Yeah, so I've said this a couple times, and I think I mentioned it in last week's breakdown. That I actually kind of went through an exercise in between seasons of thinking through season one. If the character Morvith Clark is playing is Celebrian instead of Galadriel. And it's kind of crazy how many of the issues I have with the character it fixes. Just because you have so much, so much more about Galadriel and what she's like. That there is a certain expectation there, and yeah, there's the fact that when they kiss in episode 7 of this season, it wouldn't be a big deal because it's his wife instead of his mother-in-law. So, yeah. I think, Celebrian, I think that, man, it would have been a cool choice, I think. Yeah, it does kind of give you carte blanche a little bit. Just because there's very little written about her. I mean, it kind of makes sense for her to be a little more rebellious and stuff. She's the daughter of like two really important, powerful elves, especially Galadriel, like being the daughter of Galadriel. What's that like? I feel like there's a lot you could do with that. Gondorian Cyan 31 is a member for 2 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. The lights worked that time. I don't know what happened with the orange. Sorry, Michael. It's the orange. Ugh. Remorse. Thank you so much for the £5 super chat. I'm going to be so disappointed if we don't see Celebrimbor's dead body paraded on a banner this episode. Has to happen, in my opinion. See, this is tricky because this is one that I've actually did see. So I'm not going to spoil it for you. I think. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it for you. But there's definitely a recognizable element there. So we'll talk. That's another one that we'll have to talk about afterwards. But yeah, so the moment that I mentioned that is my favorite of the season does involve Celebrimbor. And he doesn't have a ton of scenes in this episode, I don't think, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil anything for you. Michael Kelly, thank you so much for the super chat. Michael with a $10 super chat. I really hope they don't make the stranger to be Luke Skywalker. I'd rather have him be Gandalf over Luke. There you go. Does Tom Bombadil in the show give you like Hermit Luke Skywalker vibes a little bit? Or Hermit Obi-Wan vibes? Any of the hermits from Star Wars. They like that in Star Wars. I don't know if you've noticed. But if you're a Jedi and you get to a certain age, you become a hermit, by golly. Yeah, I hadn't considered the possibility of him being Luke. That was not on my bingo card, I have to admit. Jamart, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Hope Barrick makes an appearance tonight. I hope Barrick goes on like to kill more orcs. Like I know maybe it's silly. Whoop. There we go. Somebody said the episode dropped. Not for me yet. maybe it's silly, but I would like to see Beric kill some more orcs in creative ways. You know? It's probably not like the most it's not like you're going to adapt something from the books that Tolkien describes in eloquent speech or anything. But man, when he kicks that orc and sends it flying and it gets impaled on the tree branches, I was like, I like that. That was entertaining and cool for me. They prefer Uruk. Yeah. Okay, so okay, you guys probably heard me say this before, but the funny thing is that Uruk is just the black speech word for orc. So, you know, it would kind of be like someone saying to you like, this isn't cheese, this is queso. It's like the same word. It means the exact same thing. It's a little etymology thing there that I find interesting. Michael Reel, thanks so much for another super chat. I'd rather the stranger be Saruman if he's not a blue wizard. I do think, and this is funny because Ghost Streamer just brought up the same point. So we'll cover both these together. But Ghost Streamer, thank you for the super chat as well. What if the stranger is Saruman? So Michael and Ghost Streamer, let's talk about that for a minute. Yeah, I think that the stranger being Saruman would be a more desirable choice than Gandalf for sure. For me, it was Blue Wizards 1 and 2, then Saruman, then Radagast, I guess. Even that's kind of like meh. It's just because he's less known. And then Gandalf was number 5 for me. Saruman, I think, would have actually made a really interesting choice because we really only see him in adaptations. And even by the time of the Lord of the Rings books, even though we don't know it at the beginning, he's already well on the evil path. For by the time Gandalf comes to him, for decades he's been building an army. So it's not like he just flipped a switch and decided to be bad right before Gandalf showed up or anything. Like he's been working for decades, like way back during The Hobbit, like he was bad. Yeah. So when did Saruman appear in the books? He was also 1000 of the Third Age with Gandalf and Radagast. So again, it would also be a tweak to the timing, but I think seeing Saruman as purely a heroic character doing good would actually be kind of cool, because then it makes his fall later a bit more tragic. So that's my 2 cents on that. Gondor, a member for 42 months. Wow. Thank you so much for being a member for that long. In case you're not good at the math, that is 3.5 years, ladies and gents. That's almost as long as I've been doing this. That is awesome. Lachlan, I don't even know what you're trying to say there. I appreciate the super chat, but I don't. Yeah, I'm not reading that off. Sorry. It seems weird. All right. Christopher Carbaugh. Here for the party. Welcome to the party, Christopher. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Just rewatched episode 7. Kiss bothers me way less on rewatch. It was an epic episode. Someone just mentioned Beric. The Isildur story just disappeared. One story hole this season. Yeah, it was kind of like in the front half. I think with Arondir too, like Isildur, Arondir, those guys, we got a little bit of them. Like, I don't think they're in like the first 2 episodes, and then they were in a couple episodes, and then they just drop off the face of the earth until Arondir shows up at the battle, basically. Yeah, the the kiss. Oh man. It still bothers me on rewatch, by the way. It's just okay, so here's my thing with the kiss, right? And I've been told so many times where people tell me on like Twitter and stuff. They're like, "No, no, you don't understand. It was to pass off the brooch." I'm like, "No. No, I understand that. It wasn't that subtle that I didn't notice the brooch. Like, I get the brooch was being handed off. I just don't think it was necessary for them to kiss in order to do that. And I think it was edited and scored in a way that points to it being romantic as much as you want to say it's not romantic. And that's, all respect to you if you can look at it and say it's not romantic. Fine. But I'm just saying the way it's filmed and edited and scored sure seems romantic. If you really wanted to convince me that it's not romantic and it's purely just to hand something off, then you edit it completely different. Okay? They like their lips touch, you cut to Adar turning his head away in awkwardness or whatever. And then you show a close-up shot of him handing the brooch off. And then you show them come apart. If you want it to purely be about the brooch and the distraction, then show me that the people in the room are distracted. Because the way it's like when you see him hand off in the wide shot, it looks like there's an orc watching right at him, like that would obviously see him hand off the brooch. So there you go. Christopher brought it up. Don't blame me for ranting again about the kiss. Christopher brought it up. Michael Hart, thanks so much. These watch parties equal weekly highlights. Thank you, Matt. Well, thank you for joining. Thank you, Michael. And thank you, everyone, for watching. We're almost to 1,100 people here. That's awesome. Yeah, we've still got about 13 minutes of pre-show chat here. We're pre-gaming right now. Except I've got my energy drink. Here's my question, though. If Gil-galad gets captured instead of Galadriel, does Elrond kiss him? You think? Maybe. Okay, that's enough. I'm gonna stop. You know the real shame about the kiss, though? The real shame is that Celebrimbor has some great parts in that episode, and nobody's talking about it because of the stupid kiss. Like, that was the huge thing that everyone's talking about. It's like, okay. Charlie Brown Moreno, thank you so much for the super chat. Much better season. However, think this show has missed the mark transitioning Tolkien's vision to the screen. Happy for those who like it. Yeah, well, that is a great attitude to have for one, Charlie. Yeah, happy for those who like it. I still have some issues with some choices here and there. I do think it's better than season 1. I think that's pretty apparent. It would be really hard for me to see an argument that season 1 was better than season 2. Like, yeah. BR14 became a YouTube member. I love he's got the old Hagrid from the old, oh gosh, was that PS2? PS2, PS1? Harry Potter game. I love that image. It's hilarious. All right. Christopher Carbaugh back with another super chat. Thank you, Christopher. I've been here since the beginning too, a few different memberships over the years, but you still have me as an elf in the videos. I'm a wizard. Oh, I need to move you to wizard. Okay. Got it. I'll make a note of that on my notepad. I have my notes from the episode here. I need to make you a wizard. Doesn't matter at all. Just so thankful for the channel. Well, thank you, Christopher. I really appreciate that. Appreciate your support. I appreciate everybody, who watches and enjoys these videos, whether it's the Rings of Power breakdowns, the watch parties, the interviews, or the regular lore stuff. It's all fun for me to do, and I'm glad that people out there enjoy it, and we can nerd out about Tolkien together and just talk about Middle Earth. It's the greatest fantasy world ever created. And yeah, I just really appreciate you guys. All my viewers, all my subscribers. Jennifer B, thank you so much for the super chat. Love your videos, Matt. Thank you for all your hard work. Keep it up. Oh, that's really nice. Thank you, Jennifer. Really appreciate that. I am looking forward to just staying asleep next week, though. I will say that. Next Wednesday night. Looking forward to just sleeping. That'll be fun. Pig Mentality. Thanks so much for the super chat. In lore, Celeborn arrives at the Battle of Eregion with an army and saves Elrond, allowing him to flee Rivendell, right? I miss Celeborn. Actually, so what happens there is Celeborn is already in Eregion. And there's different versions of Galadriel and Celeborn's story, but I think it's in the Unfinished Tales history of Tale of Celeborn and Galadriel, where she goes with Celebrian, their daughter, through Khazad-dûm to what will one day be called Lorien. And Celeborn stays in Eregion. And it's funny because one of the big reasons is because he hates dwarves, that he stays in Eregion. Like he doesn't want to pass through Khazad-dûm, which is really petty. It's kind of a petty reason to be separated from your wife and kid. But then he takes part in this, the siege of Eregion and everything. Elrond comes with an army sent by Gil-galad. Gil-galad stays in Lindon in the books. But Elrond comes, and then Elrond is bailed out when the dwarves of Khazad-dûm attack Sauron, and that allows Elrond and the survivors of Eregion to flee up to Rivendell. And so Celeborn is with them. So he's one of those survivors of Eregion that I'm doing these hand signals because I am envisioning the map in front of me right now. And so I'm envisioning this is him going up to up to Rivendell. I need to get I need to have a green screen weather map thing, like a weatherman, except with Middle Earth maps. That's what I need next. That's the next step. That's Nerd Cave 2.0 right there. Michael Reel, another super chat. Thank you so much. Ready for Haladriel shipping to end tonight. Lord willing. I hope so. Colton H, thanks for the super chat. The kiss was all part of Sauron's plan. I believe it. I believe that. You have me convinced. It has sown discord worthy of Morgoth. Right there. Maxim Porter, thanks for the super chat. Then Michael Reel coming back with another one. Thanks so much, man. Gonna miss these live streams. We'll definitely have more live streams in the future. I was thinking about it today. So the next big thing is War of the Rohirrim, right? So that comes out in December. But I think whenever it comes out on either digital or physical media, we should do a watch party of it. um, that we can schedule like on release day of either the physical media or the digital. Haven't decided which. We'll see what they end up doing as far as the dates for that. But I think that would be a fun one. That'll be a ways off. Every December I do like a charity watch party. We went through all the extended editions of Lord of the Rings. So now I'm thinking for this year's, we'll either start getting into the Hobbit films, or we could get into some of the old animated films and do watch parties of those, which would be kind of fun. So if you have an opinion there on which we should do, put it in the chat. Let me know. I'm going to end the poll. We've got 70% say season 2 so far better than season 1. I concur. DJ278, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. I love seeing more Gilgadaddy and Elendil. Oh, goodness. That is, I have heard those names are used in circles that I probably don't come across very often, but I'm familiar with the terms. Rob Stone, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. What if Spock grabs the Triforce and takes it through the Stargate? Okay, so I know who Spock is, and I know I am vaguely aware of Stargate. I don't know what Triforce is. What is that from? Somebody let me know in the chat. It's pretty crazy because I'm not a big. I've not seen much Star Trek. I've never watched Stargate. Oh, it's from Zelda? Really? Oh, I've only played like the recent games with my kids for that, so I might have missed that one. Man, yeah. So you just hit like a trifecta of things that I do not know a lot of. So well done there. Friend, thanks so much, friend. How will the show change next season if they reveal the stranger to be Gandalf? Ooh, how will it change? So from a exterior perspective, it would be kind of crazy because then you'd have two actors, knowing that Ian McKellen is supposed to come back. You'd have two actors playing Gandalf at the same time, which would be pretty crazy. As far as internally in the show, I think people will probably look closer at his actions and the story around him because we know a lot more about Gandalf and what he does and doesn't do versus, someone like Blue Wizards or even Radagast. Yeah. It is kind of crazy that like season 1, episode 1 at the very end, I think, is when he crash landed in the meteor, which I kind of forget sometimes that he came in a meteor. And then I think about it and I'm like, holy crap, that guy showed up in a meteor. Huh. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that like since episode 2, it's been a question of who this guy is. And we are now about to finish 2 seasons and we're just now finding out who he is. That's kind of a long mystery box to keep going. But how the show will change, I honestly don't know. Ryan Von Egger, thanks so much for the super chat. Feeling like the kiss was for romantic drama with Galadriel and Elrond. When Celeborn appears, they can spend season 3 dealing with the love triangle. I hope not. If it truly was just for strategic purposes of doing the handoff thing, then hopefully they will never speak of it again. Like, I would just love to block it from my memory. If they could, could they release a cut without it and have that for people to watch? Because I would watch that episode, I think. Yeah. No, I know, yeah, I think it was kinda I thought it was kinda funny how, like, Rob Aramayo said he was against it, and, like, they had to, like, talk him into it and stuff. I'm like, shoulda listened to Rob is what you should have done. Dashwood House, thanks so much for the super chat. Maps really helped me when I read Lord of the Rings. Awesome. Oh, that's fantastic. Um, yeah, I really appreciate that. That's one of the things that kind of inspired me to do the channel is I really like looking at the maps, especially when I was reading Silmarillion because I wasn't as familiar with um, that map with the Baleriand map. I wasn't as familiar with it, so it was nice to have that up. All right, it looks like the episode is up, so I'm gonna give everybody a moment here. I'm gonna take another super chat while everyone gets it pulled up, and then we'll get the timer going. We'll do the whole thing. So we'll do one more super chat, and then I will read like any super chats that are left here. We'll circle back and do these first to start afterwards, and any that come in during the stream, I've got them all queued up, so we'll get right to them after the episode. Hobby Guy, thanks so much for the super chat. Adar is going to put on Nenya and transform into Celeborn. I saw this theory. I've never thought that Adar is Celeborn. I just don't see, like, that would just be such a messed up thing for him to like be an orc, especially for how long it's implied. Because he's supposed to be one of the original orcs, but I guess he's also immortal from the elf part of him and stuff. So I think that would be too much. But I guess we'll find out here shortly because now we're going to get the timer rolling and everything. Demay Binky sent in a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Demay. And Not So Average Joe, we'll start with your super chat as soon as the episode has concluded. Let me pull up our timer. Ah, timer. There we go. And three, or wait, no, sorry. I started from three. I'll do it from 10. Okay. Some people said that five was too short. So I'll do it from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do not skip, don't skip the timers or anything or the intro. I gotta say, it would have been funny if Isildur, when she said, "Fancy you don't want for water on your island," if Isildur was just like, "Yeah, that's how most islands work. Not much lack of water." Here we go. So, since it's playing the intro now, I can talk over that a little bit, right? So I know that obviously Doom should not fall and the Balrog shouldn't be revealed yet, but that was a pretty dope way for Durin the Third to go out for sure. Like that last shot was pretty dope. So yeah, I'm very curious to see what they do with the Balrog now. Like if he's just gonna stay buried some more. I'm sure we'll get into that in our post discussion, but very curious. Yeah. Yeah, he might not. He might stay buried. And like maybe it's one of those things that gets forgotten or disbelieved or something. Like surely Doran would tell people there's a giant fire monster. We should not dig over there. But then like a couple thousand years go by and people are like, but is there really? They start mining, they're like, oh, this mithril stuff's pretty great. I don't know. All right, I'll shut up now. I can talk over the Harfoots. He probably just passed her a brooch. There he is. All right, folks. There we have it. The end of season 2. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who was kind of like, so wait, are they gonna do the sword? I know he draws his sword, but it's like, are are all 50 of them gonna go fight? Yeah, give me your rankings, guys. 1 to 10, what would you rate this episode? And if you have to put a qualifier, that's fine. If you need to say without the Gandalf reveal or whatever the qualifier is, feel free. Wow. Over 1,100 of you, by the way. That's awesome. 1,111 is what I'm seeing right now. That's pretty cool. Be sure to leave a like, folks. Seeing a lot of 8s, some 3s, some 7. Man, it's all over the place. All over. All right. Get my super chats over here. We had a couple that came in right before we stopped, or right before we started the episode. Not So Average Joe, thanks for the super chat. What if Tom Bombadil uses certain lines on the Astari when he meets them? He already said he met the Dark Wizard. If Bombadil trained them all, couldn't the Gandalf lines be a misdirection by the show? Yeah, you kind of get the sense that Tom met the Dark Wizard. I'm very curious now because, like, in this episode, the Dark Wizard says there's 5 of them. He also says that it was a long time ago that they gave, it was like the people gave him the Dark Wizard name. And he's like, nuh-uh, I don't identify as a Dark Wizard. They called me that because of a misunderstanding a long time ago. And I caught on to that long time ago part. And yeah, so I'm like, well, how long's he been there compared to Stranger? I guess we call him Gandalf now. We'll get into that, I'm sure. But yeah, it's interesting that Tom Bombadil is like the Yoda for the wizards, I guess. And his first apprentice went evil. Pedro R., how well do you think the show is setting up the reason for Numenor's fall, desire for immortality? I feel like we have factions who hate elves for no apparent reason, and the essence of his story will feel different. Yeah, the immortality part they had, don't quote me on this, I want to say it was like around episode 5, I think, where they had the scene with Farazan and his son looking at the sunset, talking about the tower on Eressëa. And that was really the first indication that we got with the whole immortality thing. I feel like that definitely needs a lot more attention going forward. But so here's my thing with this season down and Eregion off the map now, because I gotta think that Numenor takes a major role going forward. I also wonder, so the Celebrim banner thing, I wonder if season 3 opens with Sauron marching all over, like his forces just wreaking havoc on Eregion, and maybe we still get the banner to open season 3. Like I could see them using like a prosthetic Like, you probably don't even need Charles Edwards to come back for it. You just need to use his likeness. So, like, I don't think obviously that the part where Sauron raises him up on the spear is like an homage to that, to the banner thing, and he leaves him there. So it's hard to say, but I could see that happening. But yeah, I think Numenor's gotta be a huge focus starting next season. Like, it was not in a whole lot. If you take the total run, I'd be curious to see what the total runtime was among the different storylines, but I feel like Numenor was pretty low on the totem pole this year as far as screen time. Jeremy, I saw in the chat that Isildur was in Middle Earth. I thought he assumed him dead. Yeah, I think he was saying like that he's dead in Middle Earth, like he's lost him to Middle Earth kind of thing. Chris Clark, thanks for the super chat. Much appreciated. Ghost Dreamer, could Celebrian already exist? I don't think so. Like, if she does, that would be so out of left field. Debbie Gray, I wanted to see Kemen get killed. Don't we all? I will say, so the thing with Kemen, like in season 1, I couldn't stand the guy because he just seemed like a worthless character. Now I can't stand the guy because he's actually doing evil stuff. Like, he's contributing to the story in an evil way that makes me dislike him because of his actions, not because he's taking up screen time and space, which is an improvement as far as characters go. But yeah, Celebrian, that would be so out of left field for Galadriel to not have mentioned a daughter at all. Like, could you imagine if she's if they do like the sitcom thing where like anytime a baby comes on like a sitcom show, they're always being babysat by somebody. Like, you hardly ever see the babies. And she's just been at the sitters for 2 seasons. Yeah. I don't think there's any way she can exist. At this point, I kind of wonder if it's going to be like an epilogue thing, if that's what they're planning. Yeah. If it'll just be like flash forward to a few hundred years later and Celebrian and Elrond are married or something. That would be a bummer because I think that could have been the central like love plot of the show. Elrond and Celebrian would have made a pretty solid love story mixed in with the show instead of having to make up some. Craig Shipway, thanks for the super chat. Much appreciated. Oh, we got back to back from Craig. I hate they called him Gandalf. I'm guessing the Dark Wizard is now a blue wizard. Arg. Oh, sorry. That was a little more pirate. Arg. Arg. Sorry, I'm working on my voiceover here. Still fantastic episode. 9 out of 10. R.I.P. Celebrimbor. Yeah, I think the Gandalf part definitely weighs it down a bit for me, just because, like I said, I think that's the one that makes the least amount of sense of all the wizards to do. It just feels very common denominator. Like, this is the popular guy. He'll have good SEO. You know, I've said this before, like in its worst moments, well, in some of its worst moments is when it feels like Middle Earth by algorithm. And the Gandalf decision does kind of come across as Middle Earth by algorithm. Kind of like the Hobbits. Like, that's what I said in season 1 about the Hobbits. Like, it feels like they're added there because like it's one of the most commonly thought of things when people think of Lord of the Rings is the Hobbits. So it's like, oh, well, let's throw some Hobbits in because people know it. And it's like, oh, let's throw Gandalf in because people know him. It's like, if you make a blue wizard, like, here's the thing. Okay. Tiny rant. Here's the thing. And I was talking to someone else about this recently who agreed, who was brought up on the books and not the movies. Prior to the movies coming out, I would argue that while still a popular character, Gandalf was not the most popular character, I would argue. I think that most people would probably answer like Aragorn or Frodo because they're more main character than Gandalf is. So you think about it, and like how much of Gandalf's popularity is due to Ian McKellen in the films, you know? So all this to say, iconic characters rise up. So it would have been nice for them to take a whack at a new wizard, or like I said before, with Saruman, a reframing of an old wizard. But I kind of, yeah, I just feel like it would have been really inspired. But there it is. Raptor clap, $50 super chat. Holy cow. Thank you so much for supporting the channel on that level. Really appreciate it, man. We can never see the Harfoots again, and they become the hobbits naturally. Gandalf the stranger. Gandalf Grandalf the stranger Gandalf. But now we have something genuinely tangible to follow. Maybe he finishes his second age mission and goes back to the Grey Havens. Okay, yeah. So I did think that like you could feasibly, and I know this, you might say, Matt, that's wishful thinking because we know how you think and what you think about the hobbits. But the way that it's written here, you could write the hobbits off the show. That could be the conclusion of the Hobbit storyline right there. They go off, they disappear from history for a while, and then they show up later to found the Shire. And that's it. Like, maybe they do a cameo in season 5 founding the Shire and you get your little whatever moment with, but like I struggle to see how bringing in fallow hides, that's the third group of hobbits. I just struggle to see, like, it's two seasons now, and you can feel free to disagree. I know there's some people out there who like the hobbits in this show. I have nothing against hobbits in general, but I just don't care for the storyline in the show. It's 2 seasons in a row where it feels like every time we cut to the hobbits, the momentum just slows down, just comes. There's certain episodes where the plot is chugging along and then you cut to the hobbits and it grinds it to a screeching halt. And honestly, like, I would be totally okay if they just cut the hobbits out going forward. And I think they gave themselves an out there. Like, you could not bring them up again. As far as Gandalf, we have something tangible to follow now. Yeah, we do. That's right. I think there's good and bad that will come from that. Gandalf, obviously, yes, I understand from a marketing perspective, he's a recognizable character. I get the appeal there. And we know certain things about Gandalf, so we have stuff to compare it to from the books. So that I think that'll come with good and bad, like depending on how they do it. If they do a good job of embodying the character, hopefully we'll get some good moments of, what the early days of a wizard in Middle Earth would be like. I will say, as much as I did not like the reveal that he was Gandalf, I did like him and Tom Bombadil chilling in Tom Bombadil's house and singing a little song. That seemed nice. That was a nice, wholesome little moment between two characters. It kind of reminded me a bit of how at the end of the Third Age, for like 2 years, Gandalf hangs out in the old forest with Tom Bombadil for 2 years, and they just chat. That's all it is. They just chat for 2 years. Two ancient beings. But yeah, maybe he finishes his second age mission and goes back to the Grey Havens. So that's the thing is like now does he stick around for the next 3,000 years into or no, sorry, 2,500 years until he's supposed to show up? Like, is he gonna meet Saruman and Radagast at the Grey Havens? Are Saruman and Radagast already kicking around somewhere? Very, very curious what's going to happen there. Tomislav, I like the whole season, then this episode ruined it. Tomislav, I'm curious, was it the Gandalf part? What part was it in particular? Yeah, Jack, Gandalf and Tom hanging out. Like, what's not to like about that element? Even if he's here at the wrong time, it's like Gandalf, my man, you're like 2,000 years early. So maybe they're just going to sit there and chat for 2,000 years. Maybe there is no Gandalf story in season 3. And it's just, they're going to sit there and they're going to sing and chat and hang out and drink their tea or whatever for 2,000 years. And then when Saruman and Radagast show up, he's going to be like, oh, I've been waiting for you. This is my buddy Tom. I helped him move to the old forest. He used to be in Rune, but I had a pickup truck, so I got enlisted to help him move to the old forest. Oh, okay. Michael Kelly, thanks so much for the super chat. Galadriel references Celebrimbor's words that it's light, not strength, that overcomes, seems to point to the shield building up defenses until the last alliance. Yeah, so in the books, so Sauron, after the sack of Eregion, totally goes on a rampage throughout Eriador. And it's the Númenóreans have to come bail the elves out, basically. And Círdan and Gil-galad are over in Lindon, kind of like holding up their defenses. Elrond's in Rivendell doing the same. So that would be my guess is what they do is like they're gonna just try to play defense. And I think what we've seen with Farazan is that he is he said something about like Sauron being ready to make them bleed or something like that, make Numenor bleed. So I think he's probably going to go into the mindset of like we got to go attack him because he says something about Sauron amassing forces. I'm not sure where that would come from, except from the Palantir. That's another question I kind of have watching this episode again is like what's it say on that scroll that allows him to then round up the faithful? Like that seemed to happen really fast. Like things escalated quickly in Numenor. And it's like, can the king just write down whatever on a piece of paper and be like, all right, you're all under arrest because I got this paper here says the queen's allied with Sauron. Where'd that paper come from? Doesn't matter. I got it. It's on paper. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going on a rambling trail here. It's the finale. There's a lot of thoughts in the brain right now. Adam Scarf. Honestly, these last 2 episodes of makeup for the other 6 episodes being a bunch of nothing. Thanks for the super chat, Adam. Yeah, I think overall, like I said, it's a real. I think the worst, maybe not the worst thing about the kiss last episode, but one of the unfortunate side effects of that kiss last episode is that it did overshadow some really strong performances by Annatar and Celebrimbor that I thought were really good last episode and this episode again. The Celebrimbor death scene, by the way, was my favorite part of this episode and probably my favorite part of all 2 seasons. That's probably the highlight for me of across this show so far. Forrest Dean, thanks for the super chat. Thanks for a great season. Can you talk a little about how Gandalf gets his name in the books? Yeah, so he's got a bunch of different names. Excuse me. He goes through them. It's actually Faramir recounting it to Sam, I think, because I know he's got like Tharkoon. That's for the dwarves. Call him Tharkoon. And let me double check the etymology on Gandalf itself. I think it means wand elf, because I'm pretty sure I mentioned that in one of my previous breakdowns. The interesting thing that I caught there, elf of the wand, yeah, or wand elf is what Gandalf means. The interesting thing there is that it's the men of the north, like the Arnorians, Arnorians, the men of Arnor, who give him the name Gandalf. And Arnor doesn't exist yet, but I did notice that he says that's what they're going to call me, which is kind of interesting because the whole thing about him, it always seemed implied to me that he's trying to figure out what his name is, not what his name is going to be. So that was kind of interesting that he phrased it, that's what they're going to call me. So he could still, because now it's kind of like a situation, like if someone asks him his name, is he going to say Gandalf, or is like, because that's what they're going to call him, is he going to be like, well, nobody's given me that yet, so I'm not going to tell you what my name is. Miller 1958, they're just playing on the that's what they used to call me. Maybe. Yeah. Grand Elf. We should just call him Grand Elf. I did chuckle a little bit because I felt like the second person who said it there was kind of like slurring it together a little bit, making it a little bit obvious there. Devin Everart, thank you so much for the super chat. Lots of feelings that need sorting out post episode. Lots of feelings. Jam Art, thanks for another super chat. 6 out of 10 for me. Did not feel a good flow again. I did like the Balrog visual. Yeah, the Balrog, that Durin death scene with the Balrog went. That was a pretty legit shot there. But not big on how Durin gave up the ring so easily when seconds before. Oh yeah, seconds before he was like totally under its sway, and then he just like snaps out of it after the Balrog whips his leg. Yeah. Balrogs are really good at wrapping ankles, by the way, in case you're wondering. That's their signature move. They're like, oh, I'm gonna do the ankle whip thing. This will get them real good. I love Elendil, but receiving the sword felt copying from the Lord of the Rings film. Yeah, so I said this in the chat because it's definitely a callback. I honestly, that was one that I did not mind because for a couple reasons. One, I think that it makes sense for those two characters to have connections. Like, to parallel Elendil and Aragorn makes sense because Aragorn is like a return to form of the line of Elendil. He is bringing his line back to the glory that it has not seen since the days of Elendil. And in so many cases, especially in the books, like the heir of Elendil the heir of Elendil. It's over and over and over. Like, those two characters make so much sense to parallel. And it would with Isildur too, to a certain extent. But I think they've definitely kind of set up him as a parallel to Aragorn. So I didn't mind that, and it wasn't like a shot for shot remake. So I didn't mind it, and it had kind of a cool difference to it where the sword passes in front of him and it kind of like glows white, which I kind of interpreted as, it being the white flame. Narsil means the white flame. Yeah, I didn't mind that reference because, and like I said in my comment during the live chat, references, and like I always use the term connective tissue to provide connective tissue between the stories. When they make sense, they can be good. It's when they're just very superficial and just like thrown in there. Like, that's why I had such a problem with Tom Bombadil using Gandalf's lines in episode 4, I think it was, because it meant almost the entire opposite. And it was used. It didn't feel like something that was connective tissue. It felt superficial. It felt just playing on familiar words. And it just felt very hollow to me. Whereas something like this, I feel like makes a lot more sense. I will say, I'd be very curious to hear from people who aren't familiar with the films, especially, but also the books. Like, if you didn't know what Narsil is, would it make sense to have that grandiose of a shot? Because we haven't had any buildup for Narsil or anything. Like, that's the big difference to me between the two. Is you look at Return of the King, that sword is very important, and it makes it abundantly clear beforehand that this is the sword that cut the ring from Sauron's hand. We learned that in Fellowship. We get reminded of it periodically throughout the films. Then it's reforged. Aragorn gets it. It's a big deal. We know it's a big deal. So it's a big sword draw moment. This one, though, and that's why I say I'm curious for people who don't know, because I feel like the only way that this one is significant is if you have that background information. Because if you don't, then she just gives him a sword, tells him its name, and then he draws it very dramatically. So if like the internal logic within the show doesn't warrant like the great big sword draw thing. At least I'm assuming. So if there's, people new to it that are for some reason up at this ungodly hour watching this live stream, you can chime in and let me know. All right. Dashwood House, thank you so much for the super chat. The best of the episode, Celebrimbor, Durin's Bane were the best moments. Worst, Gandalf cramming everything in like they had a deadline to. Too much Galadriel, Kemen, rings being passed around. Oh, like because Elrond used it and everything. Is that what you mean? And then because Adar had it, and then Galadriel had it, then Elrond had it, then Galadriel had it again. Yeah, there was a lot of passing around of Nenya. I didn't mind Kemen as much. I did wonder, why did he make such a big deal about Isildur not taking his girlfriend to Numenor? Like, I don't know what he gains from that. But yeah, Celebrimbor and Durin's death scene, both pretty awesome. Christopher Carbaugh, thanks for a super chat. I'm bummed on the Gandalf decision. Such a missed opportunity with the Blue Wizards. I agree, 100%. They just want to be mainstream to connect to movies. I still really enjoyed this season. Dark Wizard is Saruman. Numenor season 3 focus. 8 out of 10 for season 2. I really hope that the Dark Wizard is not Saruman. And see this. I at the risk of sounding like deja vu here from last season, but I feel like the Dark Wizard might be a blue wizard, actually. I say that, but it sounds like I'm just like going back into the cycle of delusion, right? From the end of season 1, thinking it wasn't Gandalf. But we did see, the people that were serving him, they had blue paint on their chest plates and on their horses, which an interesting rights thing here. But I've done the research on it. Nowhere in the Lord of the Rings does it call them blue wizards. So by default, the rights that they have do not give them the right to make them blue wizards. So I'm guessing that's why he's not in like a blue robe. That would kind of give it away, right? But then at that point, he would definitely be a blue wizard. So maybe what they've done is worked around that and given a blue splash of paint to his servants, because that kind of separates it enough. Maybe, I don't know. Like I said before, if he's Saruman, it makes no sense, because then it's like, why would Gandalf be fooled by his deception thousands of years later? Wouldn't you, wouldn't you just say, remember that one time when you remember when you were an evil wizard? Oh, I knew you'd turn back to your evil ways, you rascal, you. Another blue wizard reveal. Yeah, please. Oh my gosh. I hope they don't do a whole identity thing for him too. All right. Where am I at here? Okay. There we go. For SETI 3x7, thanks for the $5 super chat. How are they saying Gandalf persuaded someone to go? He had to be convinced to go. That is a great point. Yes. Wasn't one of the blue volunteered by his friend? Yeah, it says that one of the blues, I think it was Alatar, took Palando. Is that right? I think that's right. I think Alatar takes Palando as like his +1, basically. I don't know that he convinced him, but yeah, he was kind of like, "Hey, I'm gonna bring my buddy." But yeah, Gandalf, when he gets sent in the Third Age, when they send the wizards, he has to be persuaded to go because he fears Sauron, and Manwë is the one who says, because you fear Sauron, that is the reason that you should go. Because he understands, like he gets the peril that they're going into, and he gets the situation and the importance of it all. And he's by one account of the story, he's the only one that succeeds in his mission. Yeah. But yeah, it is interesting that they said, "Oh, you convinced me to go," when, Gandalf doesn't convince anybody. Gandalf's the one who has to be convinced to go. Michael Real, thanks for the super chat. Lame that he's Gandalf, but it's whatever. I get doing it for casual viewers, but it also doesn't irk me a whole lot because I don't care about the Stranger Harfoot storylines that much. Yeah, so Michael here, what Michael is saying is that when, down the road when he does his fan edit, he's just going to cut those out anyway, so he doesn't care if it's Gandalf, because he's going to cut the scenes out, is what's going to happen. But yeah, no, it's 100% a casual viewer type of decision. I'd argue a very casual viewer decision. Jam Art, thanks so much for the super chat. Loved opening with petty Sauron sending arrows into Celebrimbor. Yeah. Also love how the orcs look, but could they not have killed the people and Galadriel for the rings? At which part? Could they not have killed the people and Galadriel for the rings? Actually, it kind of would have made sense for Sauron to be like, actually, before you orcs take off to the city, how about you help me kill this girl right here? And then you go take care of the city. Yeah. The tunnel part. Oh, the tunnel. Yeah. Yeah, I did again, so I know I've said this before, but something this show really needs to improve upon going forward, I think, is scale and like the number of extras and just like, you know, some digital crowds would go a long way. Digital armies would go a long way. Because like toward the end of episode 7, we had like 30 maybe elves alive at the end of the battle. And then we have it was basically the 3 leaders were Elrond, Gil-galad, and Arondir, who was fine. He was just like good to go. A lot of people thought he was dead at the end of the last episode, and then he came in and he's just like, I'm okay, guys. Like, I feel like there is a scene missing there. Like, did he get healed? Did did the sword, was the sword farther out toward the outside? Like he took like a sword to the stomach and it was fine. I mean, I'm glad. No, that was not Arondir's voice. That was just like a cartoony voice. That's not my Ismael Cruz Cordova impression. His voice is much, much cooler than that. That was general cartoony voice. Yeah. But yeah, and then like when Galadriel escapes with some of like the elf maids and stuff, there's like 6 of them. And then at the end, there's like 40 of them at Rivendell. And Sauron has maybe a dozen orcs. And they say, oh, we're being overrun by the dwarves at the end there, when he stabs Glug through the chest or the neck or whatever. So I can't get a sense. I feel like the show needs to give us a sense of how big of forces do these people have left? Like, how are the elves even possibly talking about going on the offensive when there's only 40 of them? And if Sauron has enough armies to like sweep across Eriador, like Gil-galad says, like, where is that army? I feel like we needed a shot instead of the shot of him holding Feanor's hammer, which I totally think he's going to use Feanor's hammer to create the One Ring. That's my prevailing theory. I was hoping that Celebrimbor would use it in creating the rings, but I think Sauron might use it in creating the one. Sorry, I just went on a tangent there. Where was I circling around? Oh yeah, the scale. But yeah, I feel like we could have used a shot of Sauron at the head of an orc army or something at the end there. Michael Kelly, thanks for a super chat. Where's Eowyn and Mary when you need them? Kemen needs that sword in the face. I hope Kemen's not the Witch King. He's so sleazy. He's not cool enough to be the Witch King. That's the thing. He's not cool enough. I almost wonder if the Witch King should be a character we haven't met and maybe don't meet. Like, we see some of the Nazgul, but then the Witch King is like somebody else entirely that we only meet them when they're well on the way to becoming a Nazgul or something, to keep the mystery of his identity and keep him Keep him BA, man. I don't want to see a whiny, snivelly little punk of a Witch King. Death Switch. Could Adar be sent back by the Valar as Celeborn? No, unless he is Celeborn, which I think at this point it's pretty safe to say he's not, or else Galadriel would have recognized him. Yeah, they can't be sent back as someone else. So like Glorfindel gets sent back by the Valar. He gets re-embodied, sent back to Middle Earth by the Valar. He was Glorfindel before, he's Glorfindel after. It's not like they get sent back as a different person. Oh yeah, I should do a poll of I'll do a poll for the finale, and I'll do one for the season as a whole too. Luis Montez, thanks for a super chat. Grand Elf sure does make it much easier to wait 2 years for season 3. Embarrassing. Oh man, I should do a poll on the Gandalf thing, because so far I'm thinking overall it doesn't seem like the most popular. I wonder how long it will be for season 3, because at the end of season 1, I think they were already filming season 2, weren't they? So like, I feel like 2 years is probably the minimum. Like, could it actually be more like 3 years? I don't know. All right. Curious if you drew parallels between Galadriel's not being able to be healed of the darkness of mind and parts of Celebrian's story, and how they could not heal her. Wanted to see Goldberry with Tom. Yeah, no Goldberry. We heard her for some reason. That was kind of interesting. Yeah, for Frodo in the chat. Yeah, there's writers from, I think The Crown was one of them. I can't remember the other. Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember the other show. I think it kind of pointed, I thought, probably to more Numenor. Was it The Crown? Now I'm second guessing myself. I know the shows they weren't shows that I watched, but like their reputations made me think, oh, they're probably going heavier into Numenor with like political intrigue and all that stuff. Yeah, I didn't really think that off the top of my head that would be a parallel to Celebrian. Unless she continues to have some kind of mind torment thing going on. On the topic of Galadriel, I was a little hazy on the whole her immortal spirit being drawn into the shadow world or shadow realm. So it's basically the unseen, right? And at various times we've heard the unseen described as like a power source, harnessing the power of the unseen. That was like the thing behind the rings. Anatar made that threat to Celebrimbor. Every soul in the seen or unseen world will know, and stuff. And I pointed out at the time, like, the people who exist in the unseen can also exist in the scene, or do also exist in the scene. Like, and Galadriel's one of them, actually. So I'm very hazy, like, lore wise, that doesn't really hold up with her soul being pulled into the unseen, because she already exists there. It was basically just the Morgul blades, like the Morgul blade is the crown of Morgoth, apparently. So I don't know. Maybe that's an out there theory, is that Sauron's going to reforge the crown into Morgul blades for his Nazgul down the road or something. Um, yeah. So yeah, that was an odd moment for me though. Like it, yeah, felt very meh to me that particular moment. Snowy, thanks for the super chat. I wish they'd shown the Brimby banner, meh about Gandalf, but other than that, I really enjoyed the ep and season. Much improved over season 1. Looks like we'll get Numenor Downfall and the One Ring at the end of season 3. Yeah, I'm curious to see where season 3 would pick up. Would will they start with War in Eriador? Because I could see it like taking a bit to get that whole thing wrapped up. Because I don't think it'll just like start off season 3 with Sauron in Numenor. Like it'll take a while to get him there. So I wonder if Fall of Numenor actually ends up being at the end of season 4. And season 3, I just don't know. I'm not sure. I was going to say maybe at the end of season 3 is when Sauron gets to Numenor, but that might be too late. That might be 8 episodes of just getting Sauron to Numenor might be too much. Yeah. But yeah, I do wonder, like, if there is war in Eriador to start it off, they could do the Celebrimbor banner then. But I think the Sauron raising him up on the spear was a nod to that, so I'm not going to hold my breath that we'll get the banner. But we could. Kindred Soul, I just saw in the live chat, gonna facepalm when they start calling the Dark Wizard Sour Man. That is pretty great. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty great. Farewell, Sour Man. Roger Smith, thanks for the super chat. How did you feel about the Adar death? I kind of loved how quickly the orcs turned on him. Really showed that the orcs are irredeemably evil. Yeah, I kind of like that it was the orcs turning on him, actually. Which they kind of built up, with Adar going so crazy to take out Sauron. Now you got me on sour man. Like you could tell that the orcs were, Adar was wearing thin with those. So I actually kind of like that the orcs betrayed him and went all Ides of March on him. Yeah. I was kind of like meh on sympathetic orcs to begin with. So them kind of, flipping the switch there and like, getting to the point where now they're serving Sauron and it feels right. Glug had a wife and kid at home. He needed to switch companies, better benefits. Oh man. I hope one of those benefits was life insurance. Stanley, thanks so much for the super chat. Pacing is skewed between different storylines. Farazan uses same time to walk down the stairs as the wizards used to go from friends to the store village. Destroyed the scene before. Makes it hard to keep up for me. Yeah, we've kind of talked about that in previous streams and videos and stuff. There's some conveniently placed fast travel for sure. Yeah, like I'm trying to think back to like which episodes they were and stuff, but you know how Galadriel and Elrond, they go out with their company and they're traveling for a couple episodes, but then, you get toward the end of the season and then all of a sudden people are ping-ponging to Khazad-dûm back like it's nothing. Yeah, it's something that's a little like the trips don't often feel significant. Like actually the Galadriel and Elrond company was the first time that a trip felt like a significant undertaking, but it was very short-lived. Like that was the only time. Every time other than that, it's just really fast travel. Sam Dunkaroos, is it weird to make Gandalf a blue? He can switch. Well, since they can't actually, from my understanding, they can't call them blue, then yeah, it is kind of weird. Yeah. See, now I wonder, like, now I'm kind of worried that like him becoming the gray is going to be really clunky somehow. And they'll try to make up a reason why he gets called the gray or something. I hope not. I hope he just like gets a different outfit. He gets a wardrobe change and that's it. Like, yeah, don't need an origin story for everything. Dimitra Vogue, thanks for the super chat. I struggle to see Gandalf's existence in the show from now on. Personally, for me, this is the biggest disservice they could have done overall. What is he even going to do? Yeah, so that's what I wonder too. Like, so he's clearly already there to defeat Sauron, which here's a question. If he was sent to combat Sauron and his meteor arrived, no, and the Dark Wizard was there earlier because he said a long time ago that he got the name Dark Wizard. So if they were sent to combat the rise of Sauron, does that mean that the whole repentant Sauron thing is total BS and the Valar knew that he was already messing with people, or that he was already planning his rise and everything? Because that would be kind of conflicted if they're saying no, Sauron was actually repentant in season 1, then why would the wizards get sent? They wouldn't. They get sent because Sauron's rising. Yeah, but as far as what he's going to do now, I don't know. Like, is he going to be in the Battle of the Last Alliance? That seems odd. Like, we have a pretty good idea of who is in the Last Alliance. So to have Sauron there feels odd. Like, I feel like it would make sense. Like, having a Rondir in the Last Alliance, sure, why not? Like, he's another elf. He's a cool elf. I like Arondir. I wish he had more to do in the second half of the season because he just kind of dropped in there. But yeah, like that makes sense. He's an elf soldier. Have him in the Battle Last Alliance. But like a wizard, I feel like that's a pretty notable thing. Craig Shipway, thanks for the super chat. One more thing. Durin's Bane was amazing. The detail was fantastic. I hate Sauron for killing one of my favorite dwarves, but I understand. Sets up his son to be the new king. Yeah, Durin's Bane looked good. His wings were very shadowy, which I like. Very smoky. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like, were they just smoke or was there structure to the wing? I like how it's kind of nebulous. Like it was much more smoke. It felt like goodness, it's late. Yeah, I'm very curious what happens with the dwarven line of succession thing too. I know I'm pretty sure Durin's brother was mentioned in season 1. Because some of us wondered, had theorized between seasons if Narvi was going to end up being his brother. But now his brother has like a claim to the throne. I don't understand other lords having a claim to the throne. That seems weird. Like it's dwarven line of succession is pretty solid. Yeah, it's kind of odd to me that a brother would be able to just do that when Durin the Fourth has presumably been the uh the heir for a long time. Yeah, very curious. Leland Nally, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Eregion has been devastated. 22 elves slain by 34 orcs. Thank God those 11 dwarves should have managed to save our main characters. Yeah, no, seriously. Yeah, that is a major drawback, I feel like, of the show that keeps it from feeling as epic as it should. Um it feels kind of like any given battle or scene. There's a couple shots in the battle in episode 7 where you got a field filled with orcs. There was a couple shots of big armies and everything. Um, but it kind of feels like they're limited to a soundstage or something, or like what the set that they're filming on. Like, okay, we can't fit any more extras on here, or like we ran out of dwarf costumes, so that's all we can. I don't know. I don't know what the hang up is, but like they need to put some more money into like take that scope up, take the scale up. Because a realm like a region, I still don't know how many people live in a region. Like it seemed like it was defended by 20 people. And apparently 6 of them escaped. Boat, the show's total refusal to stand on its own is just breaking me, and the writing in general feels closer to a CW show than Tolkien. I don't get it. I did have a couple moments. Now, I don't think across the board I would agree with it feeling like a CW show. I'm going to keep going back to this because I think it's the best scene of the show is Celebrimbor's death scene. Like that felt Tolkienian to me. When he said, the rings are beyond your reach as I will be ere long. Like that, and talking about his soul being born on a wind. Like that feels very Tolkienian to me. That I feel like that's an example of like what the show can and should be. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings name drop. I was meh on. Like the rest of the scene was so good that I didn't mind it. I honestly think it would have been cooler if he would have called him slave to the rings or something different to like reframe that title to like hammer home the point, because I guess you could say he's saying it ironically, I guess, though. But yeah, it did kind of feel like a little bit like that. Oh, he said the thing, but in general, I felt like that scene was the best scene that I've seen in the show. The couple moments to me that did feel very comic booky, I guess, are the two like with Galadriel where she says the door is shut and then does like the spin kick thing. Just felt very, that felt like something from a Marvel movie to me. And then when she says heal yourself is just kind of like, you know, just felt like a very modern way of insulting or, dropping a line. I don't know. Those two lines to me, they're kind of back to back in that same scene. And it just felt very, very modern, very Marvel-y. You know, very comic booky. That's what I said it initially. Broken One, where is Celeborn? For I desire to speak with him. Right? It is kind of crazy. Like, are they gonna go the whole show without Celeborn? Surely not, right? It's such a weird omission to me. I've shared this before, but for those because we have pretty good crowd here tonight, and so there's probably some folks who haven't been here for every watch party. But my theory, one thing they could do on Celeborn, and it's a another Glorfindel erasure thing. I'm sorry, he got replaced by Arwen in the movies, but you could have Celeborn actually have died and be sent back as the emissary from the Valar in the place of Glorfindel, who comes during the Second Age. I know, Mystic, don't take away my Lord Glorfindel. I know it's heresy. Speaking of which, I've always thought Henry Cavill would make a pretty cool Glorfindel or Feanor, one or the other. But Glorfindel, I don't know. He just looks like a kind of guy that could take down a Balrog to me. But yeah, I could see Celeborn that happening. I don't know. Surely he's got to show up at some point, for crying out loud. The Rock? No. No. I would not say The Rock, no. I don't think can The Rock do a British accent? I don't think he can. Maybe he can. I don't think I've seen him do one before. Ulrika, thanks so much for the super chat. What are your thoughts about Numenor going into season 3? Will we finally see Anarion? Will we see a wedding? Will Sauron come back to the island? Can't wait for the Elendil Isildur reunion. Yeah, so I think Numenor has to be a big part of season 3 because, like I said earlier, there's no Eregion. The body count this time was pretty high in terms of important characters. Like Durin the Third, Celebrimbor, and Adar are all gone. You're gonna have to get some characters to fill in that screen time, and I think Numenor is where the screen time should go. Definitely not. Don't give that extra screen time to the Harfoots, for crying out loud. Don't give it to Numenor. That's where it's needed most. Like it's funny because I felt like Numenor this season, we got more of what I'm excited to see about Numenor, the division between Faithful and Kingsmen, but it also felt like it's just kind of happening without a lot of buildup to it. And I think they almost, I don't want to say take a step back, but I feel like we need more political intrigue between Faithful and Kingsmen. Like, show them as a bit more evenly matched, at least in maybe not numbers, but in influence and power a little bit. So I'm expecting Elendil to go to the west, meet up with Anarion, and kind of like rally the troops, so to speak. Maybe not like I don't expect there to be actual war and fighting on Numenor. But to see the faithful kind of push back. And what I think when you said, will we see a wedding? I think we will. I think Miriel will probably end up agreeing to marry Farazan in exchange for him backing off against the faithful, like sparing the faithful and backing off that. So I think that will like smooth things over, but then Sauron's going to come and then things are going to gradually build back up. That's what I would do anyway. Uncanny Suit 97, thanks for the super chat. The Harfoots should have been annihilated. We did see a rock fall on one. I didn't cheer out loud, but I kind of wanted to a little bit. Oh, man. Scooter Dog, thanks for the super chat. So do you think Durin saved his father's ring or no? Yes, he did, because we saw it there at the end. It was there, and there are 7 rings in that dish thing that they've got. I thought for sure when I first saw, him putting it down in the cave in and everything, I thought the ring was lost, but they definitely had it in the dish. So they recovered it, apparently. Can Sauron, thanks for the super chat. Can Sauron not take the rings by force? Yeah, no, he definitely can. Yeah. So like he could have theoretically chopped Galadriel's hand off and taken the ring or ripped it off her finger or something. Theoretically, I guess. Sam Dunkaroos, thanks for the super chat. Also, can we talk about how awesome Durin the Third was? Yeah, I actually like the moment. Someone mentioned it earlier, but it does like happen really quickly. How he snaps out of like the craziness that he's been, this downward spiral he's been in for the last few episodes. He does kind of like snap out of it really abruptly once the Balrog attacks. But I guess maybe that's what happened when Balrogs attack. I've never been attacked by one, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, he snaps out of it really fast. I like the moment where he, tells his son it wasn't him letting him lift his arm up, it was him getting stronger. I thought that was a really nice moment. Yeah, I'm kind of a sucker for fathers and sons and mothers and daughters moments like that. Wonder the name of Durin's brother, Durin. It better not be. Because I was just thinking how we're down to 1 Durin now, and I can stop complaining about simultaneous Durins. You want the next poll about Gandalf? All right. All right. It's simple. Do you like the Gandalf reveal? Yes or no? Bam. Let's see what the poll says. 1,300 people here watching. Let's see what numbers we got. Yeah, I don't know what Durin's brother's name. I hope it's just a dwarven name. Ben Snow, hey, thanks for the watch parties. Thanks for joining the watch parties. I've loved the journey. In what books do we read about all of the events all through this show? Silmarillion, maybe. So the book you're gonna want, the one I would recommend, is The Fall of Numenor, which is actually a fairly recent book. Brian Sibley, who I've had the pleasure of chatting with 3 times on the channel, I believe. Got some great interviews with him, by the way. Great guy. He edited together The Fallen Numenor, which takes all of Tolkien's Second Age writings and puts them in chronological order. And he takes like the most complete and the most recent, the latest versions of the stories that he gave us, puts them in chronological order to try to tell the narrative story of the Second Age. So you'll see quotes in there from the Silmarillion, from various books from throughout history of Middle Earth, from Unfinished Tales, even stuff from Lord of the Rings, like Council of Elrond, when they talk about Second Age events, he puts that in there. So if you want to know all about Second Age, pick up Fall of Numenor, 100%. It's a really, really good read. It's great to have all the Second Age stuff in one place. I think he said, I want to say it's like 13. Is it 13 books? It's either like 13 or 9 books. I can't remember. It's somewhere around that area, where he, picked from to assemble this book. It's a ridiculous number of books that you would need in order to get all these writings together. So Leland Nally, thanks for the super chat. Something broke in me with this episode. I try to be optimistic, but to be honest, the bar was in the dirt, and this finale somehow managed to worm its way beneath it, moment after moment, landing with a dud. Man, that is rough. I'm curious, like, so what moments hit the dudded the most for you, Leland? If you're still here in the chat, I know I'm catching up on supers here. We're catching up slowly, but yeah, what moments were the most dudful for you? Yeah. Obsidian, thanks so much for the super chat. Regarding the unneeded use of book and movie quotes, "The door is shut" was the silliest. The door is shut. Are you thinking the way is shut? I honestly didn't even think of that as a reference to the way is shut. Yeah, I don't know if I would say that's a reference. Like sometimes it's just a similar phrase. Like I don't know. That one doesn't seem like an obvious trying to connect dots to me. I think something similar where it's like, okay, someone could say that, but the delivery and everything kind of it's like when Galadriel says go back to the shadow, where it's like, okay, yeah, she could say that, but does it really make sense for her to? Which I think is kind of debatable in there. Like that one felt much more artificial than the door is shut. I feel like that one was okay. It was made by those who are dead, and the dead keep it. By the way, I love the King of the Dead's laugh. That I can't even do it. But yeah, it's a fun laugh. The King of the Dead's laugh. Josh, a wizard is never early. He arrives precisely when he means to. There you go. Thanks for the super chat, Josh. Wizard is never early. I mean, I think he is about 2,500 years early, technically. Christopher Carbaugh, Gandalf and Tom singing was worth all the ups and downs. I did, yeah. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed Tom and Gandalf singing, even though I didn't want him to be Gandalf at all. Still don't want him to be Gandalf, but the moment of them singing together was really nice. Gollum mode. When is season 3 due? That's a great question. They're not filming yet, from my understanding. I think they're probably still in the writing mode. I think there's been comments about them writing on it. But this was a 2-year gap between season 1 and 2, and I know season 1 they were already filming season 2 by the time season 1 aired and ended. So I don't know. I feel like 2 years is probably what they're going to aim for. But I wonder, like, if they have any kind of issues, like if they have rewrites or if filming gets delayed or something, then like I could easily see it pushing to 3 years, I guess, which is crazy. 4 years, that would be so crazy, I would think, to be that far. Oh, the Writers Guild strike. Yeah, slowed things down. I wonder if season 3 will come out faster, if only a little. Maybe. Season 3 will probably be 2026, says Death Switch. You know, it'd be interesting if it does come out in 2026, because like this is kind of a big year. We had season 2 of Rings of Power, and then we're getting War of the Rohirrim in a couple months. Yeah, just over 2 months from now. Like if it's 2026, that's when Hunt for Gollum is supposed to come out too. So we could have another year where we have double Middle Earth projects in the same year, which makes next year like kind of boring by comparison because we don't have anything for next year. Yeah, we'll see. Chrissy, thanks for the super chat. Wish we would have seen more Círdan, but maybe next season. Overall, enjoyed watching the season with all its ups and downs. Thanks for doing these. Yeah, thanks, Chrissy. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I kind of forgot that we didn't get to see Círdan at the end here. He was only in a couple episodes at the beginning, I guess, and that was it. But I think he was some pretty dead on casting, actually. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for joining live streams. And yeah, I think we will see Círdan next season. Right now, he is probably the leader in Linden, I would think. So he's probably going to have to lead the defense of Linden while Sauron's armies march across Eriador. Those armies that are some number in size that we don't know. Next poll. What do you guys want the next poll to be? So 77% say they did not like the reveal. I feel very vindicated right now that you guys backed me up on on that. For Frodo asks about Rivendell. They did say that Elrond was leading them to Rivendell. I thought it was odd. So the thing, Elrond in the background instead of in front. I mean, they had Gil-galad there, so he's gonna be like he's the king. So I guess adding him to the equation. So they said Elrond led them, like Narvi said it, but they didn't show it, which happens a lot. Where we are told things and not shown things. I mean, we'll see what happens with him in the rest of, like going forward. I think when it becomes more apparent that it is Rivendell and not just someplace they're hiding out, I would think Elrond would take a more present role, I would hope. Also, at some point, Gil-galad's going to hand off his ring to Elrond, by the way. We'll see when that happens. All right. Forseti 3x7. Light cuts like a knife. It does not necessarily a shield from darkness. Yeah, so we're trying to figure out the whole are they doing the sword or the shield? I guess we'll find out. Dakota Ross. Yeah, I've got a section on that in my breakdown video on Osanwe. So yeah, I'll cover it in that for sure. Because the Osanwe implications there, kind of her saying the door is shut and then him speaking into her mind kind of implies that the door is not shut. 5 out of 10. Gandalf in the Second Age. Was really hoping for the story to be good, except every character except Durin is so superficial. Sigh. Why couldn't they have hired better writers? I think the writing was better in season 2 than season 1, but I do think overall the writing is still the weakest point of the show. Now there were times when like I said, the scale is something that they continue to struggle with, which I don't think is a writing thing. That's a production thing. I don't know when, I don't know when that comes in or where that's probably a budgetary thing, I would assume, too. Yeah, they do have some other writers. I can't remember the shows. If anybody knows the shows that those writers are coming from, I thought one was The Crown, but I can't remember for sure. Um, yeah, there's a couple new shows that writers are coming in from. I'm hoping can do good with the Numenor stuff for sure. And now that the rings are all made, see, I still think, and I got a lot of flack for like how much I harp on the rings being forged out of order because I think it does make a difference and there's ripple effects of that through season 2, but now all the rings are forged except the one. So now I think you can actually go forward with the Numenor stuff, hopefully without residual effects of some of the decisions of the earlier stuff. Scooter Dog, thanks for a super chat. Bet that ring that made girl elf invisible is the one. Also, Sauron can teleport. When did he? Wait, Sauron can teleport. He did when Celebrimbor goes to open the window. Will Doran wear a ring? Man, that's a lot of thoughts crammed in there. No, I don't think the one is made yet. I think Sauron's going to use Feanor's hammer to create the one, and I think he toyed with like the blood thing in the 9, but I think he's going to actually put power now into the one. Yeah, I don't think because the one the one is very clearly forged in Mount Doom. Like I don't think that's something they could change and get away with because that's something that even casual fans know. Like it's the whole reason Frodo has to go to Mount Doom. Otherwise, it'd be like, well, let's build us a forge. Let's get some dwarves to build a forge in a Region, and we'll call it a day. Sauron did show up out of nowhere when he closes the window, though, for sure. Will Doran wear a ring? I don't know. That's a very interesting question. Like the dwarves, I really don't know what's going to happen with the rings there because they made Doran the Third go so bat crap crazy. I can't see how they allow the dwarves to pass down rings, because like those pass down for generations among the dwarves because the effect is much more subtle in the books to where it helps them amass wealth, but it's not like they just go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs like Doran did. Whereas now they're like Narvi knows, Disa knows, Doran knows. The ring is taking him. What does Disa say? Like mind and soul or something, heart and soul. Like it's the ring is taking him over. Like it's kind of acts like the One Ring, really. Like he's kind of like Gollum with the One Ring a little bit. So I just don't see how those get passed on, and like do they just drive all the dwarves absolutely out of their minds? Yeah, like I didn't mind him like connecting with the mountain as much, like him knowing where to dig and like that. That was like that was kind of a cool original idea of like how could a ring help them amass wealth? Like I was like, oh, that's kind of a interesting way to do it. Um, yeah, so like connecting with the mountain, like that was fine. I just think like the extreme greed out of nowhere was what stuck out to me. Like if anything, there should have already been a foundation of greed with Dorn the Third instead of the he's never been greedy and now he's greedy. So yeah, I'm curious to see how that plays out. Raptor Clap, thanks so much for another super chat. If we follow the theory of Gandalf leaving for the Grey Havens after the fall of Numenor, would that not make his speech to Pippin in The Return of the King about his desire to return there incredibly more impactful? So you're saying fall of Numenor happens and then Gandalf leaves? Oh, so like it will appear Sauron is destroyed, so he'll leave, but then get sent back later, kind of thing. The interesting thing about the speech to Pippin is that it's not in the books, actually. That is that what they did was they took the description from the end of the book where Frodo sails into the West, and it describes what he sees, and they gave those lines to Gandalf and like made it as a comforting thing for Pippin. The fun thing about that is that, and by fun, I mean kind of sad if you think about it this way. That's not something Pippin will ever experience because that's the vision, like that is what it's like to sail west, and Pippin will never sail west. So it's kind of like, well, this is what I'm gonna do, Pippin. I don't know what's happening to you because nobody knows what happens to men when they die in Middle Earth. They go beyond the circles of the world to only what Eru knows. And so, yeah, so you know the lore a bit behind it. Like, it is a beautiful moment. Don't get me wrong. It is a beautiful moment in the books. And it's a really nice moment. And I don't dislike it whatsoever. Like, it's a beautiful moment. I love that moment. It's just I separate it from the lore a little bit because in the lore, that's not what's going to happen to Pippin. But cinematically, it's an amazing moment in the movie. Keith, the Dark Wizard is 100% Saruman. I hope not. I hope he's just a blue wizard. All right, that's the next poll. Let's do that. Who is the Dark Wizard? There you go. There's your options. Who's the Dark Wizard? Saruman, Blue Wizard, Radagast, somehow also Gandalf. I'm going to give you that. That's your options. All right. We'll see what people say, Keith. Maybe they agree with you. Demetra, another issue with Gandalf being revealed like this with no memories is also that he has no wisdom and knowledge carrying over from Nienna. Saddens me to see an unwise in comparison Gandalf. Oh, that's a really good point. That's a really good point because that's where he learns the pity from. Now there is the implication in the books that like their time, how is it described? Like they don't have like this sharp recollection of their time in Valinor. And they have to relearn stuff. Like that is described. But we do know that he learns that pity from Nienna. So, and it's weird that like why does the Dark Wizard remember being talked into going by Gandalf, but then Gandalf doesn't have his memories? Or does he have his memories now? Like, did it all come rushing back to him once he got his staff? I liked how Tom almost basically said, the one chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. Pretty much. The staff chooses the wizard, I guess. Oop. Wrong one. Tian, thanks so much for the super chat. I was under the belief that hobbits didn't exist in the Second Age. Some claim they are in the appendices of Lord of the Rings as established in the Second Age already. So, hobbits do not enter the histories until the Third Age. That is like the recorded histories of elves, essentially. Because that is what we're reading as we read like the Lord of the Rings and stuff. Well, to a certain, like we're reading Bilbo's accounts of the stories, but like the history sections are records of the elves, essentially. Like stuff in the appendices, or they're written down by, like, one is by Faramir's son or grandson is the one that jots down the tale of Aragorn and Arwen. But yeah, the like the Silmarillion is the account of the elves and everything. There is a line that says that hobbits have been around since like the elder days, so that it basically implies First Age, but they don't come across anybody is the thing. Like they're not in any other civilization's records. Yeah, and yeah, uncanny. You're onto something. Yeah, the whole point, and this is what I've argued. Hobbits are the unlikely heroes in the Third Age because they've never been the heroes. That's why they're the unlikely heroes. So if you have them be too heroic and moving events of the world in the Second Age, then they're no longer unlikely. Then it's like a thing. Like eventually it gets to the point where it's like, hey, let's just get some hobbits because they always manage to fix things. But yeah, so like it's feasible that they existed, but they didn't come into contact with any other races, or else they would have documented that. Who do you think Durin's brother is? Probably Gandalf. Yeah, I think that's the most likely. I love how 20% of you voted somehow also Gandalf for the Dark Wizard. You guys. I don't know. I hope that it's not another Durin. Like if he named both his sons Durin, that would drive me up a wall. Like we just got back down to one Durin, restoring balance. But yeah, there's not really. I mean, you could pick a dwarven name out of. You could choose Nar or Ori or whoever. They tend to name people after each other. So yeah, pick a nice dwarven name. Tomislav, thanks so much for the super chat. 2 questions. Arondir, is he show only character? And what's the point of him at all? Also, how is Durin the Third now going to use the ring himself now? I don't know. I don't think Durin the Third will. If anything, I wonder if, like, is his brother gonna seize control? Because then I don't know. I feel like that could feel repetitive when we've got Farazan seizing control in Numenor. Like, are we gonna have 2 of the same storyline playing out? Arondir, I actually really like Arondir. I think Arondir is the most elven feeling elf of the entire show, honestly. I wish that he had more to do in the storyline in the second half of the season. Like he just kind of shows up at the battle, and then he shows up when the damming happens. And then we don't see him until night. Like, and then he fights a little bit, and then he gets stabbed, like super dramatic, where a lot of people thought he was dead. And then this episode, he's just kind of there and fine, drops a couple lines, and then that's it. Like he didn't get hardly anything to do, which was weird. By the way, when I saw this in the theater in New York, every time Arondir came on screen, like people were cheering. Like he's a dope character. I think a lot of people like Arondir, and it would be cool to see him. Maybe now that he's with the other elves, he'll get to do more. Luis Montez, thanks for the super chat. I will not abandon you to our Farazan. Here's a cool sword. Well, in that case, bye. That's the Cliff Notes version. The Cliff Notes version. Yeah. Arondir went from wreck to thriving. Yeah, thank Eric. Robert Downey Jr. is Gandalf. Oh, that's an interesting casting. Yeah, that is kind of the Cliff Notes version. I mean, she did make the case for him to go reclaim his lordship, so I think there's an implication there, like him reclaiming his lordship will give him some weight politically, probably, because that Belzegar, right, is kind of Farazan's right-hand man right now. He's a lord of Numenor. So yeah, maybe he's maybe that's gonna, I don't know, give him some heft in the political sphere and say, hey, I'm in charge of this whole region of Numenor, and you can't just round up faithful people. Yeah, Belzegar, I think Belzegar is going to be a ring wraith for sure. For SETI 3x7, it was cool to see the corruption leave Adar even just for a moment. I thought it was kind of reminiscent of Tolkien's hope for redemption illustrated in his works. Yeah, it's a very interesting concept, like the whole redemption, like are orcs irredeemable? It's a great, like I've said before, it's a great philosophical question. I think Adar was a quality character and like a very interesting character. I think when it stretched too far was like the loving orc family was a little too far for me. Because at the end of the day, like the orcs are going to be bad guys, and like, you know, the Glug guy, he got killed. I was more excited to see Sauron dispatch an orc without any care than I was sad that Glug died. So yeah, take that for what it's worth. If I'm heartless toward the plight of orc families, I guess that's what I am. Yeah. I can't be alone in that, right? It was like, yeah, Sauron being a bad guy. Josh, thanks for the super chat. It does feel weird that it's Gandalf, but oh well, I get to see more Gandalf. Yeah. Hopefully there'll be some good stories around Gandalf. I do think eyes will be on that, you know. Will be definitely, I feel like there's added pressure with that. For sure. So we'll see what they end up doing. Miami Catfish. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know what is, if I'm missing an inside joke or something, but there you have it. Michael Real, thanks for the super chat. Wish we saw a last scene of Sauron. Yeah, I would have liked to see a Sauron in charge of the orc army. Maybe even one that kind of like it was reminiscent of the shot of Adar leading an orc army or something. I think that would have been good. Remorse. This contradicts everything about Gandalf, because if he's in Middle Earth now, then by the time of Lord of the Rings, he would have known about the One Ring. So why does he need to go to Gondor to read about it? Let me think this through. That's it. I hadn't thought about him needing to research in Gondor. I mean, even Saruman researches the One Ring, but he wasn't around in the Second Age either. Yeah, so like if you have it, so here's a big thing. Like if you have Gandalf at the War of the Last Alliance, then why does he need to go research it? That's a great question. Yeah. See, and this is the kind of stuff that it opens up, right? Because he's Gandalf. Now it'll open, it'll open the show up to stuff like this where it's like, well, what about this? Because we know this about Gandalf. So they're gonna have to be really careful with this, or you're gonna have issues like this pop up. It's like if you put him in the wrong place, then you're gonna have things not make sense later on. All right. Gandalf and Tom were singing about the daughter of the river, but Goldberry is nowhere to be found. Could she have run off with Celeborn? How fitting that the username is Aragorn's illegitimate son. Very nice. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I guess I'm guessing that Tom is just like, he's just on a bro trip, He's like, I'm gonna go to Rune. Honey, you hold down the fort. Look after old man Willow while I'm gone. I'll be back in X number of years. And yeah, and then he goes and has some bro time with a couple wizards. One goes not so well and the other goes well. But yeah, he's clearly already married to Goldberry by this point. Remorse. My little brother Max cried when Celebrimbor died. Oh man, it's okay, Max. He went out well. I don't know how to comfort that. Yeah, that's a pretty rough way to go too, but very defiant. I liked how defiant he was. 43% say it's Saruman. 37% say Blue Wizard. 19% say somehow also Gandalf. You guys. Rorschach, Ungodly. It's 2 p.m. in India. Love from India. 2 p.m. Man, we found the one time zone that this is a semi-convenient time to watch the show, apparently. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Oh, man. 2 p.m. Paul Martin, shouldn't have Sauron already made the One Ring while Celebrimbor makes the 3? Overall, show's been a disservice because of all the changes. Yeah, so lore-wise, yes. So in the books, Sauron and Celebrimbor and the Smiths of Eregion, they make the 16, the 9 and the 7. Then Sauron leaves to go create the 1. While he's gone, Celebrimbor and the Smiths make the 3 Elven rings. Sauron makes the 1, and when he puts it on his finger and recites the ring verse, not the whole thing, because the rings were not intended for dwarves and elves and everything. That part is later. So the 3 rings for the Elven kings, that's like an update to the poem. Originally, it's just 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all, and then darkness bind them. So they actually hear that in Black speech, the people who have the 19 rings, which would have been really cool. I am very bummed. And I said this in an earlier breakdown because it was pretty apparent that we weren't going to get it. I'm very bummed that that's not a realization that they had, where they hear the Ajnaj Gimbadur. That would have been really cool. That would have been a cool way for them to discover it for sure. But yeah, so that's how the 3 are unaffected by Sauron in the books, is he's not there. He's off forging the One Ring. That is a big question going forward. When the heck is he going to forge the One Ring? Like at this point, I don't know if he forges it before the fall of Numenor even, which is another whole debate, by the way. For those unfamiliar, that's another debate among fans is, Did Sauron, and let me know what you think, did Sauron take the ring to Numenor, or did he leave it behind in Mordor? I'll tell you what I think momentarily, but I'm going to let you guys weigh in because I have a very well, not strong, but I'm convinced of my opinion. I'll say it like that. Viatrix Keto, thanks for the super chat. Maybe the budgeting was not well balanced for this season. Yeah, definitely needed a bigger scale on armies, 100%. Do you think the Arnor Gondor will be established early from the way the show is pacing? No, I think it's entirely possible that Gondor and Arnor are like a season 5 thing. It depends on when Fall of Numenor happens, because it'll happen the season after that, probably. I'm assuming Fall of Numenor will happen in the finale of one of the seasons, and one of the last shots we'll see is Elendil coming to the shores of Middle-earth. And it would be cool if he recited the song that Aragorn, or, not necessarily singing, but recited the words that Aragorn sings at the coronation in the movies, because those are actually lines that Elendil says when he comes to Middle-earth that they borrowed for the movie. So that's another one. That's a movie reference that I would not mind, because there's a connection there, and those words actually belong to Elendil. So that's yeah. But yeah, no, I think I don't. They're like setting up Pelargir, so maybe they're gonna have some low man Numenor drama of some kind, but I don't see Arnor and Gondor being a thing. Definitely not until after the fall of Numenor. Crownless King, I thought the symmetry between how Adar killed Sauron and the way Sauron killed Adar was interesting. Poetic justice via orc lynching. Abrupt, though. About to get backstory, and then he dead. Yeah, they kind of did the, kind of built up like, oh, his true name, which, okay, so here's another thing with elf names. He said it's a meaningless name, a name I was given. Like, elf names are given by their parents, and like especially mother names are very common to be very important, because their mothers have like this unique foresight into what type of person they're going to be. So a lot of their names refer to the type of person that they're going to be. So if you look at like the etymology of a lot of these characters, I'm trying to think of some. Maybe I can look some. Yeah, so like Feanor is fire spirit, and he's often described as like being a very fiery individual. Obviously, he gets into a lot of issues because of it. So yeah, so it's interesting that he would say, his elf name was a meaningless one. Let's see here. But yeah, the symmetry, yeah, obviously it was kind of the exact same situation. Getting the whole Ides of March treatment. Will Adar's spirit be able to go to Valinor? That's a good question. Like, is he more elf or is he more orc? Do the next poll. What do you want the next poll to be? Give me an idea for a poll. I'll throw one up. Yeah, I mean, is he more orc or is he more elf? Because if he's elf, then yeah, he'll go to the halls of Mandos. Orcs, we don't know. Like, this is obviously something Tolkien struggled with. Like, there's, the thought process of they're corrupted orc, or they're corrupted elves. So it's like, okay, what happens to the elf Fea or soul? Are they evil now? are do they become like, does the elf soul leave and the elf soul goes to the Hall of Mandos, and then the orcs are like this kind of new being kind of thing? I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah, I think since he started as an elf, he goes to Mandos. I guess the question more becomes the offspring of orcs. Like, do they go to the halls of Mandos? Miami Catfish, thanks for the super chat. The scene with Celebrimbor versus Sauron was for me the most intense cinematic portrayal of Tolkien's story. It drives me to intense emotion, like I now have a deeper understanding of the meaning of evil. Nice. Yeah. No, I think Celebrimbor versus Sauron was definitely the highlight. And the two of them throughout the season, I think like were hands down the best part of the show for sure. Like, I think season 1, a lot of people gravitated to Durin and Elrond, and I think Celebrimbor and Annatar for totally different vibe and reason that they were like the MVPs of the show for season 2 for sure. Oh yeah, so to in case you're curious, I think Sauron did take the ring to Numenor, 100%. I think he did. Oh gosh, sorry. Joao, thanks so much for the super chat. Sorry if I mispronounced your name there. Thanks for a lot of the content. You're amazing. I'm not sure on what to think about the Dwarves arc, Balrog showing too soon. Doors of Durin are not shut, and now we're going to a succession dispute. Yeah, no, we do. I don't even know, like, are the Doors of Durin even installed? Like, did they make it out of Eregion? Because they were there for a while, and then they weren't in the Forge Room anymore. We didn't see them installed. I don't think they were in the wide shot of the army outside Khazad-dûm last time. Balrog showing too soon, yeah. Yeah, I'm very curious about that. Like, I could see them not doing, um yeah, I could see them not doing any more with the Balrog, honestly. And then, like I said before, it could be like 2,000 years later that, they kind of forget or don't believe the stories of the fire monster or something. No, so they said the doors are shut. The elf messenger guy in episode 7 said Durin recalled the army, the doors are shut. But then obviously the doors open back up because then they come to help the elves. But they don't really give us an indication of like, okay, are they shut again? There we go. Yeah, letter 211 for how they those who want to know how Sauron brought the ring to Numenor. Yeah, because I've been told by people who are like, no, like how could he get the ring back? Because he comes back as a spirit. I'm like, I don't know. But he did. Luis Montez, the name Annatar isn't in the Lord of the Rings appendices. Why couldn't they get permission to use the blue names as well? I mean, theoretically, they could. It's a question of like, would the estate approve it? Like, I would assume maybe there's money exchanged each time that happens. I don't know. Or maybe they prioritize. I'm sure of the two, Annatar was the more high priority one. Because Annatar is a big part of the story. Obviously, Blue Wizards are kind of on the periphery. But if they were like bound and determined to use Gandalf, then they wouldn't ask for it, Yeah. But yeah, theoretically they could get permission to use the blue names. They could totally ask. Like they've said on a case by case basis they could. Death Switch, thanks for the super chat. I feel like King Durin using the ring to subdue the Balrog could have explained why the ring was passed down. Would have been a good subversion, in my opinion. Oh well. Yeah, I think that would have been way too powerful for a dwarf ring to subdue a Balrog, though. Yeah. I think it would have been better just to, like, already have him be kind of a greedy guy, and then it's like, "Oh, well, this ring really he got really greedy, like, it really made him even more greedy." But, like, because then, other dwarfs could be like, "Well, I'm not a greedy person, so I'll be fine," and then continue to use the rings and whatnot. But it's just because he dialed up to 11 so fast that I just don't see how they use the rings going forward. Demetra, thanks for the super chat. Regardless of Gandalf's shenanigans, every scene with Celebrimbor this season has been amazing. He is shining. Really, really loved it. Yeah, I think Charles Edwards, like I said this like back in season 1, like in the limited time that I saw him, I was like he's not bad, you know? I did not the look of Celebrimbor. That was, he looks nothing like the Celebrimbor I imagined. And so, in season 1, I saw enough of his acting and stuff. I was like, you can tell he's a good actor. He's not what I pictured for Celebrimbor, but you can tell he's a good actor. Season 2, though, I'm like, yeah, this guy's a great actor, and he's not what I envisioned for Celebrimbor looks wise, but he is so good of an actor that I don't really care. Like, when I read the books, I'll probably still picture more of a Feanorian Celebrimbor, but like the death scene and everything, and like this over the last several episodes, the stuff with Celebrimbor, like I think Charles Edwards did a phenomenal job with it, honestly. Um, yeah. And like there's a lot of instances in the show where you kind of feel like certain characters and certain actors, it's like they're doing the best with what they got, and I feel like he got the best stuff this season, and he's also one who's really good and is able to elevate the stuff that he does get. And so, like, I think he was set up the best of the actors, and then also did really good with the stuff that he got. I hope that like Elendil can get really good stuff going forward, because I that's a character I think will continue to get more and more important as the show goes on. Like by the time seasons 4 and 5, like he should be really, really important. Van Bellamo, I know it's not constructive to aimlessly hate on the show, but I can't stand the Stranger storyline. It actually made me mad seeing it in this episode. It is kind of crazy, like I said earlier, how there's a couple episodes where we don't go to the Harfoots, and how much better the episode seems to flow. Like, it's just like that whole storyline is just so disconnected from the rest of the story that you can't help but feel a little disconnect there, whenever it cuts to it. Yeah. I was honestly kinda relieved that it wasn't a bigger chunk of this episode. Just in time worlds, during the fourth was exiled by his father, so muddy succession. He was, but then he was brought back. Like, he has the collar thing back. Um, and, like, how public was the knowledge that he got exiled, you know? So yeah, it is muddy. Like it's kind of muddy for me trying to understand it too, though. Um, I don't know. I just hope it's not like a double up of like the Numenor stuff that we've seen. Yeah. Advate, thanks for the super chat. Saw what you will. It doesn't feel like a $2 billion show. Very poor writing, very bad pacing. I don't know, man. I can't be the one feeling this. I don't know if it is it a $2 billion show. I've heard a billion. I haven't heard 2 billion. Um, I mean, I still think it falls short of like being one of those shows. And I think it was John Campea was gave this example of like a show that you tell your friends about where you say you've got to watch this show. I think it's definitely short of that, which is a bummer because I feel like that's where it needs to be. I feel like there's parts of this show, like the Celebrimbor Sauron stuff, Celebrimbor Anatar stuff, where I'm like, ooh, I would love for some of my friends to see that. But yeah, I don't think you can say that across the board. Which is a bummer. Yeah. I think it's definitely an improvement over season 1. Like I am more excited about season 3 than I was about season 2 after seeing season 1. So, that's not nothing. For sure. Like I don't think it'll take me till January to do my season 2 review because season 1 like I just could not get motivated to rewatch all of season 1. But season 2, I'm like, okay, there's some stuff to chew on here that I'm actually looking forward to getting into in my review. For positives, you know, and it's doesn't feel like as much work to watch as season 1 did for me. There's an AI generated trailer for the Silmarillion on YouTube with Henry as Feanor, and it's so much better than all of Rings put together. Okay. I don't know. You lost me at AI generated. I'm not big on AI generated videos and stuff. I'll be honest. Why didn't they just get the rights to the Silmarillion? Couldn't tell you. I was not involved in the negotiations, so I can't tell you. I think I hope that one day that the Silmarillion the rights will get sold to somebody and that we'll get something, like whether it's a TV show or a movie series. I think that would be fun. But yeah, they've definitely hit some limitations where they don't have the rights to Silmarillion and it causes some issues. Suber, thanks for the super chat. Please support G Gum Ladriel. Okay. I'm not sure what that means. Thanks for super chat though. Ghost Dreamer, Kevin wants to cut down the trees of the Ents. Yeah, when he said they're only trees, that was definitely a nod, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. There's going to be some Ents having an issue with that. Creator who Balrog just went back to sleep? Maybe. He got woken up from his nap early and he's like, all right, I took out this dwarf that was making all that racket. Now I'm going to go back to sleep. I don't know. Maybe. It did like cave in, so I guess maybe he does. Mark Marin, thanks for the super chat. Thanks for providing a great community space for all the show and Tolkien lore chat. Personally upset by the season's choices, but always your positive middle ground approach to it. But always, sorry. But always your positive middle ground approach to it. Looking forward to more Lord of the Rings content from you. Awesome. Thanks so much, Mark. Yeah, it's, I always say this. I feel like I say this every stream. No matter where you fall when it comes to this show, whether you love it, hate it, like it, dislike it, we're all fans of Middle Earth, and it's just as important. Honestly, it's more important. How we feel about the show is less important than how we treat each other as fans. And if we can have respectful conversations about the things we agree and disagree on, then I think we're doing Tolkien proud and, living by the lessons that we learned from the Lord of the Rings, honestly, and from his writings. So, yeah, hopefully that's the kind of attitude that we got. Corey Cochran, thanks for the super chat. Patty Westside, thank you as well. For sure, Galadriel would take down Sauron at the end. Nah, no. They can't do that. They can't do that. No. Gil-galad and Elendil have to take down Sauron and die in the process. The big question will be, will they, and let me know what you think in the chat. What should they do like the Peter Jackson version and have Isildur chop the ring off and that defeats Sauron? Or should they have Gil-galad and Elendil die in the process of taking down Sauron, and then Isildur cuts off the ring when Sauron is weakened? That's the question for me. Like, I don't see how you get away. Like, you can't. Like, that is such a rock solid piece of the story. You can't jack that up. Honestly, I saw someone post this the other day about how in season 1, Galadriel says something like, and it's been a while since I've watched it, so I can't remember the exact words, but like how she can't figure out how to put down her sword or something like that. Like she can't get there. Like, it would actually be kind of a bold move if they had a reason for her to not take part in the war. Like, is there some nobler thing for her to do to where she doesn't fight? And that explains her absence from the War of the Last Alliance. Because she's also not mentioned in the War of the Last Alliance. So, like, can they come up with something that, like, concludes that arc for her where she becomes more of a protector than a weapon? I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if she's at the Battle of the Last Alliance, but I don't think they can, like, absolutely not should they, like, change who takes down Sauron. Like, fans will have been waiting for Elendil and Gil-galad versus Sauron. Yeah. Leland Nally, thanks so much. Moments, Gandalf, the small battle, and the dwarven rescue. The Isildur kiss, ? He did get kissed. He got kissed real good. So yeah, no question marks needed because he got kissed. During giving up the ring, the Dark Wizard reveal, culmination of a season-long arc, the sword fight, and cliff dive. Yeah, the cliff dive, those trees really broke her fall there for sure. I thought that she would like have broken bones and stuff, but it was just the stab wound was the only thing. Which elves are harder to kill than humans. That's a thing. We know that. Corey Cochran, thanks for super chat. Do the ruins that Galadriel and Sauron battle matter, or just doing show things? Yeah, I don't think I don't know of any story of what those would be. It looked a little like Stonehenge to me. That was my first thought. It was Elven Stonehenge. So that's what I'm going to call it until I hear otherwise. Michael O'Hara, I will never watch the show again if he's Saruman. I've heard people say that if the stranger turned out to be Gandalf, so I'm curious to see if people follow through on that one. Gollum mode, is Arondir going to be Celeborn? I don't think so. Like, yeah. It'd be weird to have like a secret identity. Like, and why wouldn't Galadriel recognize him? They're hanging out together. They've been together multiple times throughout the 2 seasons. Like, it wouldn't make any sense for him to not they would not recognize each other. Sam Dunkaroo's new Galadriel instilling hope has been much better. Yeah, overall, I actually, before the season, I did say, like, I thought if Galadriel kind of took a step back and like wasn't the main character and the runtime was more distributed, and that Celebrimbor was the main character, which I think runtime he might actually be one of the lead screen time guys. I think that was a positive move. I think highlight for Galadriel was definitely for me the moment she had with Arondir where she basically told him don't throw his life away for revenge. I was like, hey, that's wise advice coming from Galadriel. I like that. Yeah. So I want to see more of that for sure. Jake, thanks for the super chat. I wonder what Ian McKellen will think given his recent comment about playing Gandalf again in the Gollum films because he doesn't want someone else to. Yeah. I kept thinking of it from the angle like, oh, isn't that going to be awkward for, Daniel Wayman, who plays the stranger? Like he's going to have to play Gandalf while Ian McKellen is returning to play Gandalf in the movies. I didn't think about it from like the Ian McKellen side too, though. Like he probably just would find out today that someone else is playing Gandalf. So he'll definitely get asked about that in the next interview that he has for sure. So we'll see. We'll see what he says, I guess. But yeah, it's gonna be kind of weird to have someone else playing Gandalf, honestly. But I do think Daniel Wayman's a good actor. But man, I wish they would have given him his own wizard, honestly. Rorschach, thanks for the super chat. Sauron's management style, stab the help when you're upset. Yep, that is villain 101. Henchmen are dispensable, and when you get mad, dispatch with one of them. Nelly, haven't seen the episode yet. Should I be excited? Well, you sent this chat like a half hour ago, so you're probably halfway through it maybe by now. I think there's definitely parts to be excited for. I really like the Celebrimbor Anatar. Like I said, that's the best part of the season for me, I think, and probably for the show period, was the Celebrimbor death scene. We've probably spoiled a lot of stuff for Nelly if she's still watching, by the way. Shamik, if the Hobbit films had come first and then Rings of Power was made, and Lord of the Rings was never made, do you think we'd have perceived Rings of Power differently from Love from India? Well, see, I think The Hobbit, if it was made first, it would have been made a lot differently. Going down a theoretical rabbit hole here because the Hobbit films were shaped so much by the Lord of the Rings films. Like the tone is a bit darker than the Hobbit book because it needed to match the Lord of the Rings films. And, the Battle of Five Armies is a really big thing. It's like an entire movie, which if you're just doing the Hobbit, you're probably doing something not exactly like, but closer to like the old animated film in terms of the type of story you're telling. So I don't know. Like that's an interesting question, but I think you end up with, if Lord of the Rings isn't made, I think you end up with a whole different situation for The Hobbit. So it's kind of hard to say what result that would have yielded. For SETI 3x7, he looked like his face took a fall. Ael's son, Meglin. You think he's Meglin? Yeah, everyone was saying he was like one of the dark elves. It's like, but both the dark elves died. So, I thought one of the most interesting theories to me was Maglor, but it doesn't make sense. Like why? Because if he's one of the first elves taken to become an orc, is the thing. He's got to be ancient. So he would have to be someone we don't know, I think. because like Maglor, like that's after Sauron's defeated and everything. So yeah. Yeah, I think he was just a random elf, I think. Got to go to work here soon. Sorry, I wonder if they'll bring Celebrimbor or Adar back like Shadow of Mordor. Doubt it. Yeah, I don't think they will. Hopefully not. That would be crazy. Could you imagine if they like were like, remember that Shadow of Mordor game that everyone says the lore is insanity? Let's do that. Maybe that's why Celebrimbor's spirit ends up in Mordor. Yeah, those are really fun games, but man, the lore is absolutely bonkers. I would not advise them doing that route. That'd be like making the whole Shelob who turns into a woman thing. That'd be crazy. Could you imagine the after episode poll if they did that, right? Oh my goodness. Thank you, John, for the super chat, by the way. Anonymous $5 super chat. Too bad Glug died. He had 1 day left before retirement. Oh, Glug. 1 day. Jonathan Lutz, thanks for the super chat. The Sauron Adar symmetry death is a sign that showrunners do lots of wrong, but they do think things through, and lots of early complainings are solved with time. The season paid off some of season 1 stuff. Trying to think what in season 1 paid off in season 2. I mean, I think they definitely plan out an entire season at a time for sure. Like that makes sense. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I agree that like season 1 stuff paid off to where like I'll now look at season 1 more charitably. I think my thoughts on season 1 still hold. That was a pretty big letdown for me. Season 1 was. I don't think season 2 changed my feelings on season 1 being a big letdown overall. Yeah. For SETI 3x7, doesn't the door open for Balin's kin died by Watcher? Yeah, so that's interesting bit of trivia on the doors of Durin. After they're shut during the Battle of Eregion, they never open again from the outside. They open from the inside. So we know Gandalf passes through Moria at one time. The dwarves try to escape and get attacked by the Watcher. Those are all instances where they're open from the inside, not the outside. So there you go. Little bit of door trivia. Uncanny Suit 97. The chat has decided Glugfindel will return. So Glug is going to become Glorfindel, huh? Oh boy. What is it? All these Glug comments, man. Nelly, justice for Glug, left behind a lovely wife and child. Oh, man. You really shed a tear for him, don't you? James Allred, I liked Galadriel saying the people of Middle Earth will always resist you. That got Sauron contemplating making the One Ring with Feanor's hammer. Yeah, that line wasn't bad. The people of Middle Earth will always resist you. No, the other two were the ones that I was like, the door is shut and the heal yourself moments just didn't land for me. But the people of Middle Earth always resisting you trash talk, that kind of works. Yeah, I don't mind that. Thomas Thomas H, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm sorry. It's late and I'm the pronunciation. It's one of the first things to go. Gandalf could die soon. Ooh, before the One Ring becomes prevalent, maybe die fighting a Balrog or something. And then come back in the Third Age round 2. No, I don't think they can't do the Balrog thing. Excuse me. Yeah, they can't do the Balrog thing twice. No. if anything, if he's gonna leave and come back for the third age, I think it would be he somehow learns Sauron died in the fall of Numenor and then leaves and then has to come back because Sauron comes back or something like that. Yeah, they can't have him die and come back, I think. Yeah, it's just too much rehashing because then it starts to feel like, oh well, Gandalf is a video game character and you just respawn, you know? Like him getting sent back as Gandalf the White is a big deal. So you can't lessen that by just having him keep coming back. Rorschach, a classic case of one does not simply walk into Mordor, but apparently you can shove Merdania right in. Justice for Clug. Oh man. Merdania. I saw so many theories. That was one fun thing of knowing what happened to Merdania ahead of time was so many people were like, I think she's Celebrian. I think she's Celebrian. I'm like, oh man, she's gonna die like 5 minutes into this episode. The last episode, that is. Oh man. Liam Curry, somewhat enjoying the show, finding the pacing to be very jarring, and a lot of the characters are still handled poorly, in my opinion. P.S. Dark Wizard is the Witch King, lore breaking, but meh. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think season 2 is definitely more enjoyable than season 1. I think there were still moments. I think the moments that I got most, discouraged and got ruffled about were definitely the Elrond Galadriel kiss. I thought was totally unnecessary and really dampened what was a pretty strong episode other than that. And then so like I think it was episode 4 that just had a lot of like movie references and stuff that just kind of felt like it was just chucked in there. Like even the barrel lights were just kind of chucked in there. And they somehow like defeat them because the blades destroy them that they're buried with, when it's like, well, you're going to do a show and have Tom Bombadil in it. Why not have Tom Bombadil rescue them like he does in the books, and then Tom Bombadil used the Gandalf line. Yeah. So there's definitely moments where it kind of drove me up a wall a bit. I'm not crazy about the Gandalf decision. There's still issues with pace and scale and stuff. But yeah, as far as Dark Wizard being the Witch King, that shouldn't be the case because he is a wizard. He's not a man. He's not a mortal. So there is an interesting. So at one point, Tolkien was toying with the idea of the Witch King was actually called the Wizard King, and he was a fallen member of the Istari order. So like Gandalf says he was once one of the wizards. But that was abandoned, and then it was made all 9 were men. The Witch King was their leader, and everything. So 007 Games, thanks for a super chat. The rings are beyond your reach, as I shall be ere long, is what he says, which I love, that very poetic, like biblical language. As I shall be ere long, I shall go to the shores of the morning, borne hence by a wind you can never follow. Yeah, that was, I love that you used the super chat to like drop one of the best quotes of season 2 right there. I thought that was a great quote. And like that's an original quote. Like it shows that they can write some really Tolkien-esque sounding dialogue. It's just doesn't come often enough, I think. But when it shows up, like it sticks out because of how good it is. Like that's a great line. Yeah, the Nazgul are kings and sorcerers and everything, and warriors. Kings and warriors and sorcerers and everything, but they're not wizards, is the thing. And he is very clearly says, like that he was sent by Manwë. He was convinced by Gandalf, according to the show, to go. Like he's very clearly a Maiar, which the Witch King and the Nazgul are not. I'm gonna put up another poll here. Let's see. Who would you guys? This will be a fun one. Who would you guys most like to be most excited to see an interview with here on the channel? Charlie Vickers, who plays Sauron Anatar, or Robert Aramayo, who plays Elrond? Curious what you guys think. IMC Productions. I think they'll make Farazan the Witch King. I hope not, because he's supposed to attack Valinor and everything. Yeah. I hope not. I hope that Farazan gets the book ending that he has, where he's basically sucked into the earth and everything. Yeah, Vickers is amazing and a good call, but Aramayo is the most nerd of the rings of the cast. Yeah. No, that's it. That's the reputation that he has. It's true. He got very, very into the books, and I love I've chatted with him just like at Comic-Con and stuff, and hearing he's very passionate about the books, which is great. And I love his reaction to the Galadriel kiss thing. It was very clearly he was like, "What the heck?" Oh man, poor guy. They should have listened to him. Reminiscent of Hurin and Morgoth. For SETI 3x7. What Hurin and Morgoth. What? Which one? What's reminiscent? I'm looking at the live chat in case Forseti's still here to clarify. What is reminiscent of Hurin and Morgoth? The line that was referenced in the live chat before? Oh, Hurin and Morgoth versus Anatar and Celebrimbor? Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So being imprisoned and stuff. Anonymous, the One Ring was the friends we made along the way. Well, the One Ring didn't get made itself, so our friends will have to be our One Ring for a while, I guess, until whenever the heck the season 3 comes, I suppose. Yeah. Corian, thanks so much for the super chat. Hey, Matt, there's a lot of rumors online about canceling before season 3. Lots of bad review, I think. Overall, I like season 2. Hope it won't be canceled. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen of course, there's always people saying like, "Oh, this is gonna get canceled." Like, I have no idea. I don't know what the numbers are. Like, you can count on the studio to like, it'll be about money and viewership for sure. So, like, if it's well viewed, then it'll get renewed is, you know, is what it comes down to. Like, how well does it get viewed? I could see it being, how like a longer time frame because overall I do think season 2 is very clearly better than season 1. Is it good enough to get more people into it? I don't know. I don't know. Um yeah, it's kind of crazy cuz there's probably more views for season 1, but season 2 is definitely the better season. So, um yeah, I don't know. I feel like as long as Amazon sees potential in it and thinks, you know, if they think season 2 is better, if it gets enough viewership to have them feel confidence in it, like, I feel like season 3 is gonna happen. I think more than likely season 3 will happen. I personally, just my 2 cents, I don't think it's gonna get canceled before a season 3. Now, I could see season 3 being if, like, the numbers come out and it's like, "Oh, this was very much a down year," or something, and, like, the viewership continues to be on the low side, like, beyond now that it's all out and people can binge it, if viewership stays low, just judging by how these things tend to go, I could see it being a situation where they're like, "Okay, well, we're not gonna put as much budget into it, so we're gonna make it a lower investment for us, and then we're gonna do a season 3 and see how that does." I could see something like that happening. Um, but yeah, that's all just rampant speculation from me. I have no inside information on that whatsoever. Um, yeah, I think the people saying like, "Oh, it's definitely getting canceled," like I don't think anybody has any solid information on that. And I don't think it's actually getting a lot of bad reviews this season. Actually, I think the reviews overall are better. I think the Rotten Tomato scores are better this season than last season. Um, yeah. And no, I don't think Alexander in live chat, people are going to watch no matter what, no matter if they like it or not because of the title. I mean, there's some people that will hate watch stuff, but I don't know. I think you're underestimating audience apathy. Like that's honestly the worst thing that can happen is people just not caring about it. Um yeah, I think that would be if anything kills it, it'll be apathy. It won't be people hating it. Um, because hate hate watchers will hate watch. Um, you know, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think there's a very good chance that season 3 gets greenlit in some form or fashion. And then if season 3 comes out and is like, you know, continuing to go downward, then who knows what the conversation goes to from that. Um, yeah, it seems like comparatively speaking, at least to other like Prime shows, like it's doing well. I don't know. I don't really get into like the numbers stuff as much. Like I put on the streaming shows I'm interested in. I don't really pay attention to what their viewership is. I'm trying to think of other Prime shows that I watch. Like Reacher is probably the biggest one that I watch. That's like I don't know. I love that Reacher knows exactly the kind of show that it is, and it just does that thing. It doesn't try to be something it's not. Rorschach, Vickers, and Arameo, good choices, but I think you should invite Robert Strange for an interview because I think he was an unnoticed MVP of the show. Yeah, I've actually if you're interested, I've had Robert on the show with a group of orcs from season 1. So like Jed Brophy, Robert was in there, Luke Hawker. I feel like there was one or two more in there too. But yeah, we had like a group. We had like a little round table of orcs from season 1. But yeah, maybe I'll have maybe I'll invite Robert on for another spin on the show sometime. That'd be fun. Dan H Bites. Thanks so much for the super chat. I've waited many moons to see Anatar on screen. He is the highlight of the show. That evil, soulless look he has gives me chills. Charlie killed it. Yeah, I think Charlie did a really good job. Like it's kind of crazy. Like I really wasn't sure about the idea of like the same guy who played the Halbrand character, which I didn't really care for all that much in season 1. And like I didn't like that he turned out to be Sauron. I was like, if you're gonna have Halbrand, this King of the Southlands guy, make him the Witch King or something. Like that was a character I was like, okay, I could see him being the Witch King, not Kemen. Good Lord, not Kemen. Don't make Kemen the Witch King. I can't say that enough. But yeah, so I was really disappointed that he ended up being Sauron and being all like, oh, I'm kind of in love with Galadriel and I want to turn over a new leaf and be good. Like I did not care for that at all. So yeah, having the same actor play Anatar, I wasn't sure how that was gonna go over. Like put a wig on him and then he's just, Anatar and fools everybody. But I think all in all, like it made sense how he was able to come back and dupe Celebrimbor. Like they kind of smoothed that over relatively well, I thought. And then yeah, I think Charlie Vickers did a great job as Anatar. Like I said, I think the two Charlies, Charles Edwards, Charlie Vickers, were the MVPs of the show between Anatar and Celebrimbor. Dante758, do you think Glorfindel will appear in this series? See, that's the thing is it's kind of crazy. Like they went the Tom Bombadil route, and like made a big deal about adapting this character that's not been adapted before. When it's like Glorfindel's right there and is supposed to be in the show around this time. Like he shows up around the year 1600, the year the One Ring is forged. So like he's right there. If you want to brag about bringing a book character who's awesome, who's like a fan favorite of book readers, Glorfindel's the one that you really should have gone for, I think. And they still can. Rorschach, when's the Huon the Hound episode dropping? I haven't written it yet. I realized that, like I said, I realized that the other day that I hadn't done one on Huon, and I will do one on Huon. I promise I will. Don't worry. All right. Let's see here. No, I don't think Arondir will beat Celebrimbor. I really don't. I don't think that's happening. Lou John B, thanks so much for the super chat. Is that a Beach Boys reference, by the way? I know it's not quite the same, but the John B, like, there's a kind of a deep cut Beach Boys song. Sorry, super random. There we go. Anyway, I always value your opinion as a Tolkien expert and have really enjoyed your commentary on this series, but this last episode kind of just made me sad. So like the episode made you sad, or you're sad that like that it's over, or like the episode itself made you sad? I'll keep an eye on the chat here. But I appreciate it that you enjoyed the commentary and everything. I always love hearing that people enjoy the show, enjoy the channel, I should say. Oh, yeah, the revelations made you feel sad as a Tolkien fan. Yeah. I'm guessing, like, the Gandalf one is one of them. Yeah. Crownless King, thanks so much. If you could choose how to shoot the scene where Sauron creates the ring, how would you do it? Like, how would you show him making it? Mm. So I really thought the idea was cool in the films, like the abandoned idea where he was gonna have molten gold in the palm of his hand and stab his hand, and then his black blood and the gold would mix and form the ring. But they kind of did that a bit with the Nine in this show because he, cut his hand for the Nine to have his blood in it. So they kind of already did that. So I don't know if doing the same thing is gonna do anything there. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, sorry. Whoops. I didn't mean to set that. I was messing with some settings in the background and I hit the wrong thing. Sorry about that, guys. Um, this is what I get for multitasking. Oh my goodness. That was my bad. My bad. I accidentally turned on members only mode somehow and I did not mean to do that. Rorschach, it has been a good watch party journey, my friend. Thank you so much. And thank you for the super chat. Yeah, the film scene with him creating the rings, like I do want him to be like in the armor, I think, when he does it. I'm anxious for him to be in the armor. I think the armor might come after Fall of Numenor because that's when, like, Fall of Numenor is when his physical form gets destroyed and he's not able to take fair form again. So I think that's when we probably see him in armored up evil mode from that point on. So that's why I wonder if like season 4 finale might be part of the reason. Season 4 finale might be Fall of Numenor and then yeah, and then uh season 5 is all Sauron in armored up mode. Maybe. Maybe. All right. We'll go for 5 more minutes here, folks. Go for 5 more minutes and then we're going to wrap it up. Wesley White, love your videos. You really help me have a better understanding of lore of Tolkien's world. If I may suggest for a future vid, another what if theory, what if Thorin survived the Battle of Five Armies? That's an interesting one. I actually haven't had that one before recommended. I like that. I will write that down in my I have a whole separate I have a list of lore videos and then I have a separate list of theory videos. All right. Well, I do have one surprise for you guys. Here we go. I actually have an interview with Charlie Vickers for you guys. Since you guys voted for Charlie Vickers I'm going to redirect you here in 4 minutes to an interview with Charlie Vickers that I did while I was in New York City. So these last few minutes, just want to say thank you guys so much again for this season. It's always fun doing these watch parties and the breakdowns and everything with you guys. Um, stay tuned. Got a lot more fun stuff. We've got War of the Rohirrim coming up later this year. What if we had voted for Elrond? I guess maybe you'll have to wait till Friday to find out there. I guess I spoiled the surprise. We've got another one, Robert Aramayo, coming on Friday. What's the future live plan after this season? Good night. Yes, after this season, we'll keep rolling. We'll do some live streams, maybe a little more spread out. Lou John B, thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you guys for tuning in to these watch parties. Read some Tolkien, guys. Now that you're done with the season, there's no better place. There will never be any better way to experience Middle Earth than the books. I want to get that in every single season, every adaptation that comes by. These are adaptations, and we can feel however we feel about them, whether we like them or we dislike them. At the end of the day, we're all Tolkien fans. Treat each other nice. Life's too short. Life's too hard to rant at each other and be vicious to each other over TV shows and adaptations, especially when the best place and the true place where the canon will always be and it will never be affected by anything is the books. So read yourself some Tolkien. I'm going to dive into the poems of Tolkien unless I fall asleep first. I might fall asleep because I've been up for a lot of hours right now. But thank you guys so much. Thank you for this wonderful community that we have here at Nerd of the Rings. I wouldn't trade it for anything. You guys are the absolute best. Enjoy this little chat that I had with Charlie Vickers. It should redirect you there. It'll premiere here in 1 minute. So enjoy. Thank you again for the fun watch parties. I'll get you a breakdown ASAP. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time on Nerd of the Rings.